I don't know the exact timing, but I think we're coming up on lunch. Bagels and fruit for appetizers.
Oh, okay.
The bias moderation you were describing, does that connect to Gigerenser's work? Do you know him?
I don't.
Gerhard Gigerenzer?
I'm not familiar. I probably should be.
He's a German who writes a lot in English, writes a lot of popular books.
Okay.
In the behavioral economics spirit.
Okay.
And he does a lot with, well, he took great pains to emphasize that people will understand better if you say 3 out of 10 than if you say 30%.
Yeah.
And he, I think, extended that into certain situations where he used
Hello, we don't want to disturb your lunch, but we'd just like you to continue with your lunch quietly while, our next keynote is speaking. So before I introduce our keynote, I just wanted to thank our support staff here, and using the term loosely, particularly Mallory Sullivan, who is our conference and publications coordinator over here. And Mallory's really made this possible. And then we have various people in the department. If you're in the institute, just stand up for a second to your help. So Alicia, Anna, and the fact, and Akshay in the back, right? And any of the faculty who are here, right? So Lauren. Okay, good. Okay. So that's what really makes it possible is. It's a lot of people working on this for a long time. Then we come together, and somehow it all works. But, we appreciate what everybody's done. And I just wanted to mention 2 other things. National Center for Public Performance, there's a variety of things that we do. Amongst them are publications like the Journal of Public Performance and Management Review, which we're always looking for articles, by the way. If you have a presentation on performance, an article on performance, then please send it our way. I'll send you contact information. We also publish handbooks like coming out with Routledge and other papers and such, and conference proceedings, whatever. So I'll make sure everybody is aware of those. And for this conference, we're going to be producing a video. That's why he's quietly taping everything back. Or maybe taping is an old term. So, he's recording, okay. So we're trying to do this in a multimedia way, and we will have more resources, archives on the web for you. And is Andrew still here? Andrew, there he is. So, Andrew Ballard, who was chairing the last panel, but I just wanted you to know that Andrew's been very instrumental in keeping this conference going for the last several years and everything at the National Center. So appreciate it, Andrew. And he's also looking for a job, academic side. So it's my pleasure to introduce Bob Bain. I think almost everybody here must know Bob in terms of his publications, in terms of what he's putting out on the web all the time, in terms of his synthesis of the field of performance. Really, I think there's nobody in the country who knows performance measurement and improvement better than Bob does. There's nobody who really bridges the what's often too wide a gap between research and practice better than Bob does, and there's nobody who communicates better than Bob does. So you can read about his background in the program, but I just wanted you to know that on the academic side, we hold him in very high esteem, even though he's at a competitor down the street, Kennedy School, which you may have heard of somewhere. But we think Bob is really the person who, keeps the field sort of melded together in terms of performance, which is what the field of public administration is supposed to be about. And not only producing performance, but getting practitioners and academics to engage in a continuing dialogue. That's what we've tried to do for decades through our National Center. That's what Bob has been extremely effective at in terms of executive education and in terms of communicating what our research really means to people who know what has to be, what has to happen out in the field. So we're lucky enough to have an hour of Bob's time. Bob, appreciate it.
Does this work? Yes. It does. Okay, great. I'm going to talk about something I haven't written about very much, though it showed up a few occasions. But I decided that rather than do one of my standard things, I would create something new for you folks today. And so I'm going to concentrate on an organization's performance deficit and argue that you have to be constantly measuring it. A long time ago, I wrote an article. It ran in Public Administration Review 15 years ago. And I titled it, Why Measure Performance? Different Purposes Require Different Measures. And I wrote the article because I was mad. I was mad at the idea, don't measure inputs, don't measure activities and processes, only measure outcomes. And I thought that was pretty stupid. Because how do you have any idea of what's going into the outcome if you aren't taking a look at it? Now, the subtitle, Different Purposes Require Different Measures, says, hey, that's not like, wow, pretty straightforward idea. But the question is, okay, well, how many purposes do public managers have? And my carefully thought out answer to that question is a lot. And so I had to decide, well, if I'm going to write this article, how many different purposes am I going to include? And I narrowed it down to 8. I make no claim that they are the perfect 8. You could have 9 or 14 or whatever you want. 14 was a little bit unmanageable for a journal article, so I focused on 8. And each of these measures is designed to answer a particular question. That is, the measures to evaluate are going to help you answer how well are we doing anyway. Measures of control are about, how do we make sure our staff's doing the right thing? Budget measures are pretty straightforward. Are we getting our money's worth for what we're trying to do? Motivation's a little bit more tricky. How are we going to motivate line staff? What measures should we use for that purpose? Promote. Mayor talked about this morning. We got to have some measures that the world cares about that demonstrate that we're doing a good job. Celebrate. Every once in a while, we got to make sure everybody understands that they are actually accomplishing something, that their accomplishment is being appreciated. Therefore, we ought to have some measures that are worth celebrating. We need to have some measures of which we can learn. What are we doing well? What aren't we doing well? How can we get better? And finally, what exactly do we want to do differently to improve? And since this conference is about from data to results, I'm going to focus on number 8, measurements that help us improve. But before I do that, I just want to list up here to evaluate what's it going to do, and to help us do that, what do we need? And I'll focus just on the improve idea. What do we need to improve? And I think we need to know what's going on inside the black box of our organization, how the inputs and activities and processes relate to the outputs and the outcomes. So the purpose here is to improve. What might we measure? What should we choose to focus on? My answer is we should focus on our performance deficits. Maybe the performance deficit is preventing us from improving, but which ones should we focus on? Maybe we just ought to pick an easy one. I'm actually in favor of starting easy, because most people say, oh yeah, they're going to do this, nothing's going to happen. If you choose an easy one, get some success, then that little cynicism has a harder time infecting the organization. So maybe you pick a performance deficit that's easy to eliminate, or at least to mitigate in some way. But of course, you could pick the most important one, and they could even be the same. Okay, so what do I mean by a performance deficit? You've tolerated me so far, because I've been using this phrase and haven't told you what I mean by it anyway. It's something in the organization that needs improvement, and if you don't improve it, you're going to have a problem getting better. But it could be inputs, again, activities and processes, or outputs, outcomes. There's different things where you might be doing not as good a job as you would like. And the argument I'm making is that if you do eliminate an important, or at least mitigate an important performance deficit, if you've chosen well and you fix it in some way, we would expect performance to improve, assuming that you both chose well and implemented well. So what could a performance deficit be? Well, first thing I'm just going to emphasize is it could be an input that's inadequate or simply inappropriate. Or it could be a dysfunctional, counterproductive input, an HR system that doesn't give you the right people, or it could simply be your staff as it exists, that they took their job not knowing what you're really trying to accomplish and aren't interested in doing it. But the performance deficit can be various places along your value chain. It could be an activity or process. It could be one of those important things that you do that doesn't work. The IT staff might just not get the resource, get the information to the people that need it. It could be something that staff is supposed to do but don't have the knowledge or skills to do. Or it could be some operational task that you just somehow forgot to train people about how to do. Or it could be actually something that's bad. When putting these slides together last night, rather than watching the Red Sox win, I lowered the badness of the adjective I put there. I had others in there as well. But it could be something that's just dangerous if people don't do it well. And it could be something that's required, but people aren't into it very much. So the performance deficit could be lots of things. It could be an output. You're producing this great output. Unfortunately, the output doesn't actually help you achieve the results. Or it could be an output that contributes to an outcome, but nobody cares about that outcome. Okay, so what are we going to do about the performance deficit? Well, presumably we're going to fix it in some way. How could we go about fixing it? Which ones are you going to fix? Do you fix the really big one that everybody knows is the nasty problem you got? Or do you pick a few that are smaller? Whatever you fix, you're going to have to measure your fixing. That is, if you're going to fix something, how do you know that it got fixed? How do you know that you're making progress? So I would say you fix your targeted performance deficits, whether that's one, and you have to measure whether they're disappearing. That is, are you fixing them? But then there's the causal connection. We're fixed the performance deficit, the performance get better. Maybe it wasn't a performance deficit, or maybe it wasn't very important. After all, in your choice of both the performance deficit and which ones to fix, you're guessing. It isn't like in graduate school, I'm sorry, Mark, I know we don't do it either, it's okay. We don't teach you what the performance deficit is. There isn't one, there's no test, you're guessing. The more experienced you are, the better your guess will be, but it still doesn't guarantee to be perfect. So you're guessing about what the performance deficit is, and then you're guessing on how to get rid of it. And so you got to pay attention to whether you're actually having an impact or not. Now, if you got a really narrow, small, isolated performance deficit, it probably makes sense to get a few of your high performers who like big challenges, even though this one isn't very big, and give it to them. So, let's say your IT system provides everybody with information. Its only problem is it's 1 week late. And that 1 week isn't particularly useful if they're going to actually accomplish what your organization has set out to accomplish. But maybe you're going to have one that's going to take time to fix. If you do that, if you've decided to fix a hard one, you better decide what it means to be fixed, what the benchmarks are on along the way, and agree to some sort of schedule. When are we going to make progress on each of these interim targets so we can measure success against them? Unfortunately, the good news we academics do is we get to define it all down very simple in one slide. And then you're saying, wait a second, the performance deficits I have are really complicated, they're messy, some are big, some are small, they've been kicking around for a long time. The reason that they're still here is nobody's brave enough or stupid enough to try to attack them. How are we going to deal with this? Again, I think it makes sense to set targets. Mayor this morning talked about targets. I think targets are really valuable. The way I think about it is a target beats no target every time. So set a target. It's another one of your guesses. There's no perfect target. There's no formula. I don't think Mark teaches the formula for the target. It doesn't exist. So it's a guess. It could be an intelligent guess. The more you've set targets, the better you will be at deciding whether this target is too loose or too tight, too demanding or too simple. But it gives you the opportunity to compare progress. How well are we doing? Did we pick a target that was too tough? If so, why? Be prepared to make it a little bit looser. If it turns out we're really cruising right along, well, maybe we ought to tighten them up a little bit. So that's my ideas about how every public manager ought to measure their performance target. And I'm open to the usual. Come on, somebody can be vicious. Mark, good. Should we pass this? Oh, you're going to do that. Okay.
So, but there was a formula once, right? You know, for the in the Nassau County Multi-Municipal Productivity Project.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. Funded by the Ford Foundation, I believe. You know, had a formula that was something like 1 minus k cubed times the square root of r plus a, you know, blah blah blah. Right? Okay.
And people operationally paid attention to this on the ground level, right?
They did. They did, except that you know, the formula was meant to, you know, really result in profit sharing. Let's say. I see.
That's why they didn't pay attention to. They paid
With
attention
5
to the
unions,
profit number,
right? And it was indecipherable to the county legislature, right? Which threw it out, which, you know, decided not to share the profits on that basis, and then the whole project collapsed, you know, in a sense. But it suggests that there may be other people with formulas out there. Mm-hmm. So have you encountered any of those in a sense?
I've encountered. Okay, I'm now remembering a formula. Oh, by the way, that was again imposed by the legislature. I will not name either the jurisdiction or the agency. But the legislature had negotiated this formula. And the problem was that the formula was so screwed up that when people in the agency did what they thought made sense, the formula went in the wrong direction. And it was just, all it produced was frustration, okay? And in part because the formula was very, very, very complex. And the only guy who understood it was the person in the very narrow technical field. And so I went into his office and he explained it to me. And while he was explaining it, I could understand it. And when I walked out the door, I was, again, completely clueless, okay? It's got to be simple. It's got to be so people understand it. And if you're making it too complex, you're not accomplishing anything. That's why I say, though, check for other things, okay? When you make it simple, people will do what you measure. We all know that. Is that getting to the output and the outcome that you want? Those both come with a lag, so even if you were trying to measure them, it would take a while, and use them to drive it, it would take a while to get the feedback loop going. So focus on activities, processes, or simple outputs, and then check whether you're getting to the result you want. But it's always a guess up front.
Lyle Ray, Hartford, Connecticut. I'm a longtime admirer. You and Harry Hatcher, you're in the hagiography of performance measurement, or the other end, whatever that is. Question. I appreciate your point about inputs, process, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. It strikes me that in simple cases, we know what the logic model is.
Yeah.
You have a pothole, fill the damn thing. And you can sort of do operations research about moving people around. But again, my mythical town, very near Hartford, but I won't name it, where 15% of high school seniors are proficient in math.
Or what?
15.
Or deficient.
Proficient in math, high school seniors proficient in math, and have been flatlined for 30 years. When you get to that kind of stuff, you know, in other words, I think potholes are very simple, and we have logic models, and in the intermediate layer, and then we get to really important stuff. And again, Mark was mentioning visualizations. You forgot to mention my favorite, and that's The Economist. Now, there's a recent chart about spending per capita on healthcare and life expectancy, and there's one country in the world that's going way up in expenditures, and life expectancy is falling.
Right.
It's an unnamed country, very near here. But I guess my question about, in a complement to this, is the whole issue of logic models, and I'll give you one last example. We're doing a comprehensive economic development strategy for a 1 million-person region. We want 3 to 5 game changers that will accelerate economic growth. And so when I said to our consultants, When you come up with these game changers, I don't want just a list. I want a logic model of how you move from these three to increase GDP. Show me the model. And they all kind of scurried under the carpet. But comment about logic models and how that relates to this, because I understand your point about performance deficits. To me, it's fairly simple. I used to be a county manager. I used to have a real job. And it was very specific about, filling potholes and line striping and all that. But when you get to levels of school persistence or post-secondary success, you get into a different world.
Okay, so I would go back to my idea of a performance deficit. Okay, so let's just take the school question that you raised. Kids are not learning math. Okay, what's the cause here? It could be the high school stinks. My bet is it's much earlier in the value chain. You could even say it's pre-kindergarten. So the dilemma here, of course, is if you think that way at all, you've got a long time between the impact, what you do and the impact, which is, a dozen years later. I don't know enough about the education. What I've been saying so far is just, my sort of general reading. I make no claim to be an expert on this, but I would worry about starting maybe at preschool. I'd worry about 8th grade, 9th grade algebra. Can we think about why we make that more interesting for kids as opposed to this big burden? The other thing we know is the value of parents in education. That goes back to the Coleman report, right? And it may be that, I know a couple, their two kids have 2 PhD parents from MIT, okay? The math thing isn't the problem there. But is there ways to get the parents engaged? So here's a little thing that goes with my sort of performance strategy. If I was a principal of a school and I thought I didn't have adequate parental engagement, I would invent a series of activities for parents. Got to come to every parent-teacher conference. You have to be a supervisor on a field trip. You have to help clean up the playground on Saturday. 4, you have to take a GED course. Notice that I want to be clear that every parent can do what it is. Some people, they're going to go with a field trip, doesn't fit their schedule, okay? But I want to get every parent in some way actively engaged in education so that the kid says, oh, my mother, my father care about this. And then I do something that's really nasty. I'd have in the lobby of the school an honor board. And if a parent does one of those things, whatever I categorize, name goes up there. Yeah, really nasty, right? Because what I've done is, who cares about that? The kid. Kid is going to harass the hell out of the parents. And then the parent will get engaged. So, I'm a devious guy. And, but I'm trying to get at the triggers that affect people. And we know that parent activity, not just parental either income or education, affects how the kids behave. So let's try to take advantage of that and make sure that we engage all the parents. Is that enough?
Anything more on logic model? I mean, there's some assumed logic model.
Yes, there is.
So, I mean, do we share those enough? I mean, I'm always scratching for them, actually.
I mean, the logic model to me just goes back to the Coleman report, okay?
But I mean generally, I mean just in terms of.
Oh, I see.
I mean the water, I don't mean education.
I think logic models are sort of a fancy word for cause and effect, okay? Yeah, I'm always worried about cause and effect, okay? We're doing something because we think it has this consequence. We ought to be checking to make sure that it does have that consequence. In most organizations, we aren't going to run a randomized study, okay? Half the teams do this and half don't. It's, yeah, no, well, not only does it not happen, but if it turns out that the experimental team's doing better, the control guys are just going to do it too. I mean, you doesn't. So yeah, I buy the idea of the logic model. I don't think it's easy to do the type of controlled experiment that we'd like to do. Sir.
Okay, so let me try a vicious personal attack.
Okay, good. You gotta use nasty words though, you know.
Okay, so sometimes when we talk about performance deficit, we may not know exactly what it is. In case in point, we had Robert Wood Johnson come in down in New Jersey and said we're going to provide $5 million a year for 4 years, and we want to engage young men to engage them in their children life from 0 to 3.
Okay.
So we bring a lot of young men in, and we want to present to them our concept, our idea, and try to get from them why or what do they need to engage.
These are young men who are already parents.
They're already parents.
Okay.
So they may be 18, 19,
Sure.
early 20s.
Sure.
Teenage early 20s. And so when we started a conversation with them, only thing they wanted to talk about was police harassment. So the performance deficit that we thought was about, or what was going on in their life about them not engaging, right? You know, and teach them some parenting skills that we can engage them. Their conversation was something totally different than what we brought into it.
But you still have the objective of getting the fathers engaged with their kids, right?
Correct, yes.
And I'm making the assumption here that the sense of police harassment is racial, that they think the cops are after them because they're Latino or black or whatever, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or young.
Pardon?
Or young.
Probably both. How about have the young men bring the kid when they're got the day or whatever, see the police station work. Kids love, no, first I take them to the fire department because they like the fire department better. I'm sorry, they like the fire department better than the police station because the fire department's got bigger stuff. So I figure out ways of getting those activities to places where they're interacting with other folks, not just going for a walk or seeing a baseball game or something. Okay. And the reason I backed off from the cops right away is because that's a little bit intimidating. Let's do the museum or something first, and then let's do the fire department, and then we eventually get to where we're trying to get. And if the cops see them, this goes both ways. If the cops see them being a parent, that's a very different image than they have as three black guys standing on the corner. Okay? So getting them to know that it's the cops, to know that these guys are actually relatively responsible parents, even if they're separated from the mother, and they're doing their whatever it is that is their schedule. I think getting to do other things civically and let me know if it works.
Hi. This is something that I think about quite a bit too. And based off of the different types of performance deficits that you've identified, first of all, you're implying reform is going to take place in order to you're implying that reform needs to take place.
Okay,
Right.
Reform
Change.
comes with some
Baggage.
baggage.
Yeah. Okay. Change. And these different types of performance deficits would also imply that you would have different types of change that you would pursue for perhaps each one of them. Have you given any thought how this feedback loop would integrate into like strategic policy budgeting processes and how you actually effectuate the change that would be implied by the different types of deficits?
Yeah, my first reaction would be do something that doesn't require you to go to the budget shop. Because the budget shop guy's job is to say no. And if they can't say no, they have to go take a different job. Their job is to say no. Their second job is to hide money in the drawer. So that when the time comes and we need to spend some money, it's available. So your job is to get the money out of the drawer, but you don't get the money out of the drawer based on a promise. You have to get the money out of the drawer by having shown that you can actually get something. So the argument I would make is pick something you're going to fix first where you don't need permission from anybody. Or you probably are supposed to have permission, but you ignored it, and nobody caught you until too late. You said, I'm really sorry, I won't do it again, until you do it again. It's the way the world works. So getting to this money question, I think you got to do things first that don't require money. That don't require permission from HR, don't require a new IT system, any of that stuff. Do what you can without having anybody else engaged. But if all of a sudden you do something nobody else is, well, you're a little different character, friends. And you can then go to the next level where you need a little bit of help from somebody. And eventually you can get to the stage where the elected chief executive might want to give you something. Even the budget guys don't.
Thanks.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Your concept is interesting. It reminds me of MBO. The other thing I worry about a term of performance deficit is practicality. We always talk about public performance and that we need to improve, we need to excel, which to me implicitly says there's a deficit. But if you say I'm working on this performance deficit, it hits the press, it hits the fan. And so I think many people are worrying about productivity, measurement, and improvement, but they just would worry about vicious personal and agency attacks if they called it a performance deficit.
Okay, that's a fair comment.
I don't mind
I
the concept,
figured
I just
out-
don't think it'll be adopted.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
all.
The reason I use the phrase performance deficit because it captures the idea. Within your organization, you could find another phrase like our next goal or something, or our next improvement, and call it that. But the reason that you're choosing to improve is because you got a problem. Okay, I could have called your performance problem. I mean, I could have put any language on there. I do have a tendency when choosing words to be as outlandish as possible, though I wouldn't have thought that was as outlandish as some of the other things I might. But I don't like, what I don't like is words that have possible multiple interpretations. And so prefer abrasive, I decided to be abrasive.
I agree totally, but they only recognize that we had a recession in the past. Not in it. It's not a problem we have to deal with. Performance deficit and appearances
I
matter.
see. Okay.
And words matter.
Okay.
And that's why I think it's a very important concept, but I just don't think it will be adopted.
Okay, but you can adopt it with different words, right? I mean, people use, I can't, most humans, let alone public executives, prefer not to think they copied somebody. So what did they do? They changed the name. When you succeeded your predecessor, did you think that your most important task was to prove that your predecessor was a genius? No. But if your predecessor was a genius, you got to keep what your predecessor did. So what you do is you change the name to keep the idea. And I think that's not only perfectly normal, but a good thing to do. If the predecessor has something that's really working, keep it, but make it your own. You know, if it always met every Tuesday, then meet on Thursdays or whatever. It makes it so people can say, well, he's really doing the same thing, but everybody knows. Is that enough of an answer? Sort of.
No, it's a good one. I mean, most people talk about performance problems, performance goals. They just don't want to include deficit, which has,
But I'm not responsible for how you use it. So invent your own language. I make no claim that the language is the critical thing as long as you got the concept associated. You got a question?
Hello. Coming from a practitioner's lens, do you have any thoughts on how to narrow down the critical few opportunities to improve?
I would, my first answer, I think I already said, which was pick something you can fix quickly so people think you actually could do it. Okay? Not the most consequential. Something that's relatively quickly to fix. Now, what relatively quickly means depends on how fast your organization has moved in the past. But I would pick something that people said, oh, she said she was going to do it, she actually did. Uh-oh, maybe we got to worry about her. Because then the next time you say we're going to do this, there's going to be some people who think, well, you know, hey, maybe it's a good idea. They're the ones that are going to help. Enough of an answer? Yeah.
Well, I was also kind of wondering maybe how you categorize the different, I'll use the word deficiency, opportunity to improve. So for example, where I'm at, I agree with your concept, and what we're trying to do is look upstream at the big five: quality, cost, delivery, safety, and morale. You could also do a balanced scorecard approach. But do you have any sort of categorization or mix of things that you're looking at?
I think my categorization is simple to hard. Okay, that is, some things are easier to do either because there's nobody entitled to tell you no, or you can ignore the people who are entitled, think they're entitled to tell you no, but you do it anyway, or because you have support for this one from some key person either in the executive branch or the legislative branch, or you've got a team that wants to tackle that one. Very opportunistic in what you would do first. Sorry, you have your hand up. Sure.
So in our first speaker this morning, we were talking about Kansas City's efforts.
Yep.
In Kansas
Mayor,
City's efforts to use performance measurement. One of the things they ended up with is, they started realizing that school performance and was a real problem in their community. But the challenge there is you have school districts and you have overlapping local jurisdictions with different responsibility areas.
Welcome to the United States of America.
Exactly. So, but one of the things is, with increased fragmentation of local government and if you reach some kind of a spending cap, you spin off a special service district. And so then you get this problem of, you have internal, like what we think our agency should be doing better, but then you hear from the public and it doesn't always translate to what the public thinks, the problems government should be doing something about versus what your particular agency. So kind of how to, in improving performance measurement, how do we kind of negotiate that disconnect?
Your question reminded me of, I was teaching a case once about some sort of U.S. governance question, and there's a guy from the UK there, and he says, "Why do you do it that way?" Okay? Of course, the UK, of course, is extremely centralized compared to us. I think I'm going to continue with the same line of reasoning. Okay? First of all, do things that are relatively easy to accomplish, particularly do things that are both relatively easy to accomplish and people will pay attention to. Maybe you just have to start with the easy things and then add things that people will pay attention to. At the point in your metropolitan area, where you got a gazillion different districts, okay? You were actually in Boston right now, though you might not have known you were in Boston because you don't have to go very far from here. 2 stops on the Red Line and you're in Cambridge. But we all think of it as Boston and we more or less use it that way, except we have to be careful when we're talking about whether it's the city manager in Cambridge or the mayor of Boston. I think those work out mostly in personal relationships. If classic example in the U.S. is the mayor of the biggest city and the governor of the state, okay? If the mayor of L.A. doesn't get along with the governor of California, we got a big problem. In metropolitan areas, particularly metropolitan areas that aren't dominated by, Boston dominates, but not quite in the same way that L.A. dominates southern Los Angeles County. Personal relationships have to be built over time. And if you're a junior guy, junior not necessarily in age, but in terms of your jurisdiction, knocking on the door of the big kahuna makes perfect sense. Say, look, I just want to talk to you, get to know you. Occasionally we're going to need to work together. Occasionally we're going to be at odds, but I want to, have a personal relationship. I think that's true public-private, nonprofit world. Okay.
Hi, thinking about what you said about complexity a bit ago. We live in a pretty anti-intellectual country, and it would be terrible to give in to that, especially when somebody said everything should be kept as simple as possible, but no simpler. That was Einstein, actually.
Einstein's idea of simple was different than our idea of simple. E equals mc squared, but that doesn't mean we understand what it means. We can write the formula down. I do try to make, I always think it makes sense to start simple. And by simple, I mean something where you can show an impact relatively quickly, in part because the world is full of naysayers. You come into a new job, and everybody says, oh, yeah, the last guy tried that one, or the guy 3 times ago tried that one. And so actually pull it off. And by simple in that situation, I mean that you could pull it off. And maybe you are the only person who understands how to pull it off, which is even better because the rest of the world thinks you can't do it and you know how. So I'd figure out something that people think's important and I know how I could make an improvement there. not jump to the top of the performance mountain, make an improvement. And I think that's, the good news is people will be so many naysayers that even a small improvement will get attention. If there's no naysayers, you did it, it's, oh yeah. No, you actually, naysayers help a little bit if you can pull it off. Somebody's got to give you a mic.
I have a question about CompStat in police. In your 2008 book, you give a bunch of reasons why CompStat is easier in police departments.
Is what?
Why CompStat's easier in police departments, data availability,
sure,
command and control, and all that stuff. But it's like in New York, I live just outside New York, and in 25 years, it's gone from this system where Jack Maple essentially cured crime on the subways to just now it's on its third class action lawsuit for unconstitutional searches and seizures and downgrade crimes all the time. And it seems that that model placed in other big police departments results in similar phenomenon. Ferguson, Missouri, Chicago, Baltimore. I'm wondering if you think there's an inherent disconnect between that system and police, or what happened to make New York go from Jack Maple's vision to what it is now?
If people get too much pressure and it's easy, they will cheat. Okay? Now, I'm going to I make a distinction between honest cheating and dishonest cheating. You remember George Washington Plunkett, the difference between honest graft and dishonest graft? Mark, what do you teach here? George Washington Plunkett wrote a little book. It's going to take you an hour to read. He was the boss of Tammany Hall in New York. And he distinguished between honest graft and dishonest graft. Dishonest graft was illegal and you could go to jail for it. Honest graft was perfectly legal, but everybody knew it was graft. What's honest graft today? Oh, come on. See, you guys are all chicken to answer. Campaign contributions, okay? They're perfectly legal, but everybody thinks there's somewhat graft involved because if I give more money than you, I get in the door first. Honest cheating is doing exactly what the rules say, but not accomplishing the purpose. And so one of the problems that you have is when you create some sort of system that's relatively simple, you also are creating the opportunity for honest cheating. Dishonest cheating is, fudging the numbers, doing something that's not crooked, you can go to jail for it. Is that enough of an answer or not? Sort of. He'll talk to me later.
One more question.
One more question. Doctor. Oh, I see.
I teach in the public management department here at Suffolk, and I've spent 30 years as a public employee at the federal level, but in the class that I teach, it gives me a lens into the performance deficits and what some public agencies are doing at the local, state, and federal level. And I just, for those that aren't from Boston, want to give a shout out to the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and the MBTA, who have a performance dashboard that gives you information on reliability, on ridership, on financials, on customer satisfaction. And the person that heads up that data analytics for them, Rachel Bain, is outstanding. And they crunch the numbers and they look at it, and they know their, performance deficits. I'm sure, the head of PR, public affairs for DOT doesn't use that word when she talks to the press. And she, by the way, is a Suffolk grad, Suffolk MBA grad, who's a head of communications there at Mass DOT. But they do a masterful job really crunching the numbers. I mean, and anybody that's from Boston probably takes the T or, uses a highway. There's a whole host of, they do good work trying to figure out what those deficits are and how to manage it. And I just, for those that might not be familiar, that is one public agency that I think seeks continuous improvement to try and improve. And I take the T every day, and I see the deficits, but I'm also grateful to the people that try and eradicate them.
You don't have to use my language. You can use whatever language works in your organization.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we'll move to the next panel now. Brenda? So, what, 5 minutes? Okay, we will take 5 minutes to, move everybody around to the next panel, is what I meant, right? Okay. Hey, Akshay.
I missed your hand. Okay. You're not going to believe this.
Can hide that.
A month ago.
Oh, no, we're not. Oh, good work.
Near where I've been down crossing, I fell twice too.
Yeah,
Flew
no,
in
they
the
have
air.
it.
I've had 2 shoulder surgeries, so I avoided it, but I hit my wrist. It's all right, I didn't break
I
it.
hit
Just close out of there.
and I just went hard down hard here. And I thought it was just bruised, but there's a slight little, fracture on the pinky.
Who's your orthopedic?
Okay. So,
Mount Auburn Hospital.
you want me to do it? I don't mind.
Sure.
They hear
I have a
can-
hand.
Yeah, I don't want to mess myself up here.
Yeah. So I'm going to meet with this guy Monday, but meanwhile, they put this on.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm hiding some of my slides so it's shorter because you told me you wanted me to go shorter and I don't want to take up more time than I have. Yes. But if I go over, I'm going to feel like one of those people at a conference. So yeah, I'm hiding some of my slides. I'm like, we don't really need to talk about that.
How are you?
I'm fine, and yourself?
You're good. Are we sitting in order, or is
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just.
Rebecca,
Brian.
Brian, how are you? Brian, you're from. Where are you
Washington
from?
Suburban Sanitary Commission, D.C. area.
All right. DC area.
Yes. It's easier to say.
Okay. Would you save this version for me?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Let me make sure.
Open up all. It's not. See, theirs is much prettier.
Yeah.
Mine's all
That's
red.
what
It's always interesting to see how
Everybody's,
some people have their
yes. templates. So that one is last. Oh, you'll actually be the first presentation.
Oh, I'm first?
So, Alan Curtis will be first, but he's not using a presentation.
Oh, God, he's just talking. Got it.
I will just open up. Close these ones.
view looks different from up here. The view looks different from.
It does. It's nice. No, that's the middle. Just remember that time.
Yeah.
More coffee. Okay.
Sorry.
You can always. You always.
Never talk like this.
Yeah. You can always tell a practitioner from the academic because you're like checking.
Hi, Brenda. How you doing?
Presenting or you
Just sitting here looking good. No, I'm presenting as well. I'm sorry.
Jay is also presenting.
Yes, both of us. We're gonna do it. Yes, yes, yes.
We're gonna go in the order in which we're listed on the menu.
Uh-oh.
I also have set up a couple of signs. What to do when. What do you need from me? Throw it out there. I'm gonna just introduce you on the as it is on the agenda. If you want to have your name, anything that's not in your bio, it's in your bio. Feel free to do that.
No, I think
That'll work.
the only thing I'd ask is, since we have a lot of time for questions, if the audience is a little reluctant to get it started, good.
But if you also have questions, or you want to bring something up, feel free to jump in. You know, like if something comes up and you find that there is a lag, I definitely have a bunch of questions. But
We'll jump in.
Feel free.
Yep.
I'm good with that too. I'm very flexible. I was just saying that I'm going to go into order that we're here. I've got, I will offer just a brief introduction based on what we have here, and if any of you guys want to add some additional sort of background to my stuff. I've got some questions if needed, the audience doesn't, but also if you have questions or something you want to bring up, feel free to jump in. Thank you.
Hey.
I'm Deborah.
Hi, Deborah. Brian.
Hi, Rebecca, from the city of Fayetteville.
I was just
Michigan.
in Ann Arbor.
I know, so-
last month with my daughter.
So university consultant,
She
is
loved
that
it.
what you are?
I
You
am
are the
a,
consultants, right?
he's a consultant, I'm a government worker.
You're a government
Local
worker.
government.
You're a local government worker.
I'm the stat director, well, the ex-stat director for WSI, Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission. Yes.
Hi, Alan, Rebecca.
Brian, how you doing now?
Alan, and who do you work with? The what?
So Deborah's is ready to go.
Very
So all
interesting.
that
There's
needs
so
to
many,
happen-
there's a diverse,
Press that.
Small
Okay.
school.
Everybody has to measure everything, so.
She's
Very good.
Nice college.
okay. Are you gonna? Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
I am.
So you don't have a presentation. You have a talk.
The south,
You just come up and you.
perfect. Gritty area.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's gotten even grittier. Like Haynesville,
That must be Deborah's.
Philosophy, politics.
Is it Bob's?
No, I went back there. I was
So I've
like,
got my little.
Where'd you go to high school?
Lansdowne.
Yep.
Oh, Lansdowne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna introduce.
But I took my kids back there and Lexington Mall, the Lexington Market, and all that.
You like this?
What the heck happened? My son was like,
He's like, like, mommy, I'm not getting out. What about
"What are you doing here?"
you? But the harbor's nice.
The harbor was nice. I was like, yeah, but I had this iconic memory of the lands of the Lexington Market that I wanted to recreate with my children, and that didn't work out.
It didn't work out too good.
It didn't work out.
Where are you gonna sit? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have my little timer on. Exactly.
It's an interesting polling place. Everybody
Yeah,
goes
I've
there.
already apologized. I wouldn't take a few minutes longer.
Do
So
what you need to do. I'm the same way. I try to.
Okay, folks, we're gonna reconvene and start our next panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Trying to decide which way.
Please feel free to grab a beverage or a snack.
Well, they have a clicker. I guess you could. I may have to sit here because of the mic.
So welcome back, and thanks to all for coming to Boston and spending some time with us here. My name is Brenda Bond, and I'm on the faculty here at Suffolk University in the Institute for Public Service. And I just want to welcome you to Boston and welcome you to Suffolk, and hope that you have some time to look around for those who are not from around here and enjoy the Red Sox. We are on our way, and hopefully we will keep heading in the same direction. I have I should say, have the distinct honor of being with you immediately after lunch. And while that is challenging, I see it as serving as a springboard for the afternoon, following our great presentation by Bob, and also celebrating at the end of the day for our reception. So you'll learn more about that. I will be the moderator for the panel today, and my job is to introduce this great panel and to keep everybody on task, and then hopefully to get you all thinking about and engaged in a conversation after the presentation. So a couple of things that I would ask you to do and think about over the next hour and a half is, on your tables, you should have just received a packet of blank Post-it notes, and then also 2 sheets of paper.
I don't want you to just think about the session and the conversations today and perhaps write some notes in your notebooks, which I see many of you doing. But also, I want you to think about what you will commit to do as a result of the kinds of things that you are learning today. And while you may write those things in your own notebooks, please take one of those Post-its and write those things down and include it on the sheet of paper on your table that says, I commit to. Part of it is we want to see what's an action that you are willing to take as a result of it, and we'll be able to compile that information and share it with everybody after. So the first is, what is it that you'll commit to do after or as a result of the session? Secondly, what could you possibly tweet about this session? Write it down. In addition to tweeting it, write it down and add that to the second handout that you have. There are a lot of things about these great presentations that we'll hear today that I think could be valuable to others who are unable to be here. So in addition to the video, there might be some things that you could tweet out. In your program, you also will see that there's one of the pages, all the social media hashtags and things like that. Please take a look at that. But in addition to tweeting out, please share with us by writing on your Post-it note, and we will share that in the end of our discussion. So don't sit there passively absorbing what you're hearing. Be active in that conversation. So what I'd like to do now by starting off is just introducing this panel. We have a fantastic group of individuals and professionals here who have come to us today with different experiences and ideas, and hopefully sort of giving you some things to think about in terms of what it is you will share and what you'll commit to. I will introduce our panelists one by one, starting with Alan Curtis, who is our first presenter, and then each will come up here to the podium and speak or discuss and present for 15 minutes. We will do our best to stay on track because we want to make sure that we have a good amount of time at the end of our discussion today to hear from you, get some ideas, some feedback, and also hear from them about that as well. So think about what kind of questions that you might have that you want to ask. I certainly will have some questions as well, but we want to make sure we have as many people as possible engaged in that conversation. So in terms of our guest today, first to my right is Alan Curtis. Alan is the President and Chief Executive Officer at the Eisenhower Foundation. Deborah Horner is to his right, and she works at the University of Michigan's Ford School of Public Policy, the Center for Local, State, and Urban Policy, and she'll talk about her work there. To her right is Rebecca Jackson. She is the Strategic Performance Analytics Director, the Office of Strategic Performance Analytics for the City of Fayetteville, North Carolina. We also have Brian Samuels, who is the WSSC Stat Director for the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, and joined with him is Jay Sakai. Principal of Four Tenets Consulting. So all of these folks come to us today with different experience and ideas and approaches and things I think that will be valuable to us. What I've asked each to do is to tell us a little bit more about your work and yourselves, and I'll keep people on track. And then at the end, we'll open it up and have a really interesting discussion. Don't forget to write down what you might be tweeting, what you might commit to as well. So Alan, please join us up here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Brenda, and to the Center for this always important event. As Brenda and Bob have already made clear, of course, the more significant public performance right now is between the Red Sox and the Astros. I'm for the Red Sox, but when I was growing up in Milwaukee, I was for the Braves. Now, the Braves, many of you are too young to remember, had moved from Boston to Milwaukee. In 1957, the Braves played the Yankees in the World Series. The Yankees used the word Hicks to describe the Braves and all of us in Milwaukee. After 7 games, the headline in the Milwaukee Journal was, "Hicks win." I thought that was an extremely effective communication of the data. Needless to say, I have always shared Boston's opinion of the Yankees. But the Braves left Milwaukee for Atlanta in 1966, and soon in 1968, we read a more powerful headline from the Kerner Commission, which was assembled to explain the protests of the mid-1960s in so many of our cities. The commission concluded that America was heading towards two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal. All the more powerful was the fact that most of the Kerner Commission members were moderate white men who carried the imprimatur of the political establishment. So I want to talk a little about our update this year of the Kerner Commission. And the essence of the original report was that the nation had a long way to go to reduce poverty, inequality, and racial injustice. The essence of our 50-year update was that America still has a long ways to go, but that we have built up much more evidence on what works and what doesn't work. What can we say about American public and private performance in the 50 years since the Kerner Commission? We have twice elected an African American president. There's been a dramatic increase in the number of African American and Latino elected officials. The African American and Latino middle classes have expanded. And you have all seen the movie Black Panther. Yet as Mr. Baldwin did before him, Mr. Coates speaks truth to power. Today, neo-Nazis have become emboldened in Charlottesville, Virginia, and in many other places. Black Lives Matter has revealed what Americans did not want to see in Ferguson and in many other places. Zero tolerance policing against people of color has failed. Sentencing laws remain racially biased. About 200,000 people were incarcerated in 1968. Today, the American prison industrial complex holds 1.4 million, and they are disproportionately people of power, people of color. In many ways, the evidence is that mass incarceration has become part of our housing policy for the poor. That housing policy has included conscious, purposeful, government-created segregation, as Richard Rothstein has eloquently documented in his book, The Color of Law. Public school segregation has increased since the Kerner Commission. Overall child poverty has increased since the Kerner Commission. Deep poverty has increased, in part because of what the late Molly Ivins accurately called the welfare deform of the 1990s. The ratio of African American to white unemployment has remained 2-to-1 over all 50 years since the Kerner Commission. Income and wealth inequality have increased and were accelerated by the supply-side created Great Recession of 2008. Most of the economic gains from rising productivity have gone to the wealthiest 1% and to corporate profits. Corporate America has shared little with workers. Corporate titans have busted unions, sent work to China, and improved unholy increases to their own pay. Corporate financiers brought us that Great Recession, yet they have not been punished. They have not been adjudicated into that prison industrial complex, which of course is one source of their profits. The speed at which the truly rich have been pulling away from the rest of the country has greatly increased since the Kerner Commission. In comparison to all other industrialized democracies, America has the highest rates of overall child poverty, homicide, and incarceration. America ranks 24th in the World Bank's new Human Capital Index. The index measures how well a nation invests in education and health for all its citizens. We are behind Singapore, Japan, North Korea, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and many, many other countries. But my friends, none of this really has to be. We really must accelerate the movement to base policy on evidence and not on ideology. Professionals like yourself here today, focused on practical solutions, have a really special and important responsibility to lead the way. What are some examples of evidence-based policy that works within the framework of the Kerner Commission? The Commission's recommendations began with economic and education policy. Today, that means we need proven demand-side Keynesian economic policy, policy that links job training to job creation to job placement. The job placement needs to focus on building and rebuilding the nation's infrastructure. Among other outcomes, such policies should strive to eliminate that black to white, 2-to-1 unemployment ratio. We need a significantly higher minimum wage, more power for labor unions, corporate profit sharing with workers, more vigorously enforced antitrust laws, a reduction in the role of shareholder value in corporate decision-making, trade policy that benefits workers, and single-payer health insurance for all Americans. As Pulitzer Prize-winning author Stephen Pearlstein has reminded us, reducing inequality won't make us poor. The Scandinavian countries, for example, have much lower inequality than America, but per capita income levels that are almost as high. What does evidence-based policy mean in education? We need housing and therefore school integration combined with much more equitable financing of public schools and greatly improved training of public school teachers. The state of Connecticut, as you all know, provides a very good public performance model for replication. Harvard and Rand Corporation evaluations in a number of places have shown that significant education and economic gains among children whose families moved from neighborhoods with high poverty to neighborhoods with good schools and good jobs. The data are there. Legislation to build on these findings actually is at least being considered by our polarized Congress. What does public performance mean in criminal justice? Aware of the astronomical costs of prison buildings, states like California, New York, and New Jersey have reduced their prison populations by about 25% without any real significant increases in crime. What finally can we say about proven evidence-based policy that can be co-targeted in specific geographic locations with disadvantaged populations? Well, in poor and working class neighborhoods around the nation, I think we need more creative community policing. For example, there is considerable evidence that indigenous community-based nonprofit organization staff can partner with carefully selected police officers to mentor youth and reduce crime at the same time. Such innovative community-based policing should be deployed to help stabilize neighborhoods and so encourage the kind of community-based banking that was so successful before the regressive federal urban policies of the 1980s. The Shore Bank experience in Chicago is just one example of a model that is still very valid. The community-based banking should encourage community economic development corporations like those supported by Senator Robert Kennedy, to construct affordable and integrated housing. The housing construction should create jobs for residents and for returning ex-offenders who benefit from evidence-based reintegration models, like the Minnesota Comprehensive Recovery Plan. The jobs should also be framed as youth development initiatives. The youth development should scale up evidence-based models like Youth Build and Quantum Opportunities. Illustrated by the Dorchester Youth Collaborative here in Boston, such models extend mentoring, tutoring, life skills training for high school dropouts, as well as for youth who are at risk of dropping out. Such mentoring should be continuous from high school to middle school to elementary school, and all children eligible should receive preschool based on the evidence at hand. So in other words, evidence-based policy that works targets multiple solutions to multiple problems. Evidence-based policy is complementary and interdependent. Evidence-based policy is not separate and unequal. The scaling up of what works needs to be financed by the scaling down of what doesn't work. What doesn't work includes trickle-down, supply-side tax breaks for the rich, prison building for the poor, zero-tolerance policing, supply-side school vouchers, and privatization of schools. What doesn't work includes misleading rhetoric on voluntarism, empowerment, and self-sufficiency. What doesn't work includes rhetoric on government being the problem. The problem really is corporate greed and fake government. The solution is good government in partnership with well-managed nonprofit sector organizations. What doesn't work includes global symposia at exclusive venues where so-called thought leaders avoid how to reduce inequality, avoid how to change fundamental power equations, and avoid how to reform the rules of the game. Instead, the current fashion is to recite Silicon Valley corporate buzzwords like win-win, market-driven solutions, and social impact investing. With sufficient investment in human capital, a new evidence-based Kerner strategy can reduce poverty, inequality, and racial injustice, I believe. Progress in achieving these goals can also increase American soft power globally. Such soft power can communicate to the world how American values matter. Contrasts can be made to the human rights atrocities in China and Russia and many other authoritarian countries. As Nobel Prize-winning economist and our contributor to our report, Joseph Stiglitz, has reminded, America is in great need of such new power, soft power, and such soft power, to me, is an important public performance measure. Yet new soft power and new evidence-based policy cannot emerge without the new will that the original Kerner Commission in 1968 said was necessary for progress. What I ask you today is the use of evidence in our presently threatened democracy if there is no will to take action. How can we more effectively communicate what works to scale up success? 50 years ago, after the Kerner Commission, the creation of new will may be harder to achieve than ever. But we must begin. We are back to George Bernard Shaw. Some see things as they are and say why. We must dream of things that never were and say, why not? Reverend King asked why not. When he was assassinated in 1968, shortly after the Kerner report was released, his emerging vision was a multiracial coalition for economic justice among the poor, the working class, and the middle class. When Senator Robert Kennedy was assassinated, just 2 months later in 1968, he too was advocating populism without racism. Robert Kennedy stood up for African Americans, Native Americans, Latinos, and poor whites. He said that police, waitresses, firefighters, and construction workers were his people. So as Dr. King, Robert Kennedy was advocating a multiracial coalition for economic justice. The creation of that coalition needs to be the point of departure for the generation of new will in the 21st century. Reverend William Barber's National Poor People's Campaign against the immorality of poverty and inequality can help lead the way. Reverend Barber keynoted at our forum releasing the Kerner 50th report in February. He has just won a MacArthur Genius Award, and to me, he deserves the Nobel Prize. Today, many believe he is the closest leader we have to Dr. King. History has shown that successful movements in America are inclusive and opportunistic. Successful movements build constituencies and enhance alliances. So Reverend Barber's moral campaign against poverty needs to be joined by many other constituencies. Those Kerner constituencies potentially include the 18 million white Americans who live in poverty. Those constituencies include most of the 99% of us who have suffered the inequality, greed, and malfeasance of Wall Street. Those constituencies include the high school students in Parkland, Florida, who have impressively led the Never Again movement against gun violence. Those constituencies include millennials who need to vote in much higher numbers. Those constituencies include teachers who have walked out of schools demanding higher salaries and new textbooks. There are many other constituencies, but the point is that they need to embrace a shared movement and to move forward in an organized manner. Importantly, the generation of new will must be facilitated by the creation of a fair, more responsive American democracy, as was touched upon in Bob's presentation. If the votes of all Americans were actually given equal weight, a new people's movement would have a better chance of reducing poverty, inequality, and racial injustice. That is why we must continue to fight for campaign finance reform. We must continue to fight for voting rights reform. We must continue to fight for control of gerrymandering. And we must continue to fight for abolition of the Electoral College. These reforms enable better public performance. American foundations need to increase support for advocacy on media reform as a means to new will. In addition to more coverage of what works, like the New York Times piece that's included in your materials today, media need to more honestly recognize that the real story is, in fact, dog bites man. That is, the real story is continuing, grinding, commonplace, everyday poverty, inequality, and social injustice. We need as well to listen to George Soros when he calls for the regulation of big tech companies. They need to be regulated like public utilities. As part of the regulation, we must take action against social media feedback loops that push users deeper and deeper into their own hermetically sealed bubbles. With New Will in mind, I believe American universities need to respect students who come up to me all the time and say, In effect, I want to do Kerner, but I don't feel prepared. How can I be effective? How can I have a career? In response, I'm challenging universities to create new degree programs that spark the best and the brightest to study poverty, inequality, and racial injustice, rather than to study finance and robotics. Graduates of new master's degree programs in poverty, inequality, and racial injustice should be Renaissance women and men. They need to understand evaluation methods and further the evidence-based movement. They need to understand what works and what doesn't work in economic, education, criminal justice, housing, neighborhood development policy. They need to become skilled in nonprofit management. They need to take media courses in how to educate the public and how to communicate scientific evidence to the masses on Morning Joe, on other conventional media, and on social media. They need to take courses from people like former NAACP Executive Director Cornell Brooks, who now is teaching advocacy to nonprofit leaders at the Kennedy School. New Will and a New People's Alliance can only be formed outside of Washington. But legislation and funding must build on good government. Good government and Franklin Roosevelt brought us the National Labor Relations Act and Social Security. Good government and Dwight Eisenhower paved the interstate highway system. Good government and Lyndon Johnson secured the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and the Fair Housing Act. Good government now must invest in Kerner priorities at a scale equal to the dimensions of the problem. Investing to scale and creating new will should be evidence-based, but it should not be elitist. With passion, we must appeal to the hearts of Americans through convincing messaging and narratives on how real people benefit from what works. With passion, we must dedicate public performance and private nonprofit performance to the dream. We must never forget how the dream has been deferred. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun? Or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat? Or sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Perhaps that dream just sags like a heavy load. Or does it just explode? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. A lot there that touched upon previous themes, but also I feel like a reminder about the idea of using evidence, and there's still a lot of work to be done. So thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Deborah about some of the work that she's doing around the Center for Local, State, and Urban Policy and some surveying things. I'm going to start this.
Oh, yeah, start this.
Yeah, okay. I think Mallory is.
No, I'm good. I'm good. What? Yeah, no, I'm good. Hi, thank you for having me this afternoon. My name's Deborah Horner. I'm from the University of Michigan's Center for Local, State, and Urban Policy. I feel a little bit like a duck among swans because I do not study performance management. I study local governments, and I really am a survey researcher. And so what I'm here, primarily here to tell you about today is a survey research program that we conduct at our center called Close-Up. That surveys local officials in the state of Michigan and has taken a look at a deep dive into performance management among local governments in the state and across the state. And I just want to share this data with you. I'm going to be very careful with Brenda, making sure that I stick with my time, or even if I can shorten things up. So I may kind of speed through some of my findings which we'll put online for you and you can pursue or come to see me. I mostly just want to kind of introduce what we're doing at Close Up and with this survey research so that you can know kind of a particular rich resource for your use if you're studying this topic. So let me give you a very quick overview of our survey research so you can know where this data comes from. And then I also want to give you a little context from the state of Michigan about what's going on at performance management at the state level so you can kind of understand where our local government officials are coming from when they talk to us on our survey. And then also a few of the findings from that survey that we did in 2017 on performance management at the local level. But I may speed through that part of the survey, we'll see. What I do want to let you know a little bit about is our survey. It's called the Michigan Public Policy Survey. It's a census survey, which means we survey every single one of the 1,856 counties, cities, townships, and villages in the state of Michigan. Which has the 7th highest number of local governments in the country. We routinely get response rates of over 70% of these jurisdictions. So our data sets, each wave of the survey, have more than 1,300 unique jurisdictions participating. So what that kind of crazy high response rate level is, and if any of you are survey researchers, you know 70% is pretty exciting. What that allows us to do is do some really interesting fine-grained analysis. It allows us to be really confident about our estimates, and it also allows us to divide up the sample in really interesting ways. We can compare regionally across the state, jurisdictions of different types, jurisdictions of different sizes, and so it's, again, a data set that you don't see very often when it comes to local government because it is a statewide survey with lots and lots of responses. The respondents in this survey are the chief elected and chief appointed official in local governments. So we're talking to mayors and city managers, county board chairs and county administrators, village supervisors, village presidents, township supervisors, people like that, and so on. And most of the surveys they complete online, but some of them are completed on hard copy because, sadly, in the state of Michigan, there are many places in the upper part of the state where people don't have good internet access, and they actually can't take the survey online, so we send them a hard copy to make sure they're not left out. And we've covered a wide range of topics in the 10 years that we've been doing the survey every 2 years in the spring and fall, and this is just a little sampling of them, but it includes performance management. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about why performance management is actually pretty important to local government officials in Michigan. This has been a very high-profile topic in state and local government. Back in 2011, Michigan's current governor, Rick Snyder, came into office as a technocrat. He ran as one tough nerd. That was his campaign slogan. And he came in really touting his ability to bring accountability, transparency. He was a technocrat. He was going to make things, just very effectiveness and efficiency were his buzzwords. And so one of the first things he did when he came into office in 2011 was start a program called the Economic Vitality Incentive Program. Now, it was, before Rick Snyder came in, the fact that the legislature would allocate revenue sharing funds that it would then give to local governments as part of their sources of revenue to balance their budgets. And Rick Snyder said, we have an opportunity here. Why don't we stop giving local governments that money, and we will only give it to them if they do things that we require of them. So that's the incentive part, right? So instead of getting the money they're used to be getting, they have to then jump through some hoops. One of those hoops was the creation of local government dashboards. And someone during the last was talking about the transit dashboard you have here in Boston. Dashboards became a thing in Michigan. So it was a very heavy-handed approach, at least local government officials thought it was, but it did tend to work. All right, I'm a data person, so you're going to see a lot of data in this, at least for how much time I have. But back in 2011, we actually surveyed on this question. We asked people, okay, if you have to get EVIP funding, EVIP was the name of this new program, are you going to comply, right? And so the set of bars on the left, those over there, are the ones of jurisdictions that were eligible for this money, the state money. The ones over here on the right are people who never got that state money to begin with. So they didn't really have a lot of incentive. That stick that was held over their heads by the Snyder administration really wasn't affecting them. So the percentages don't really matter. What really matters here is the blue are the people who told us on the survey, yes, we're creating a dashboard because we want that money. The people in the green, and these people said, nah, we're not going to bother. We're not going to do it now. We're not going to do it later. And then there's a certain number of people who didn't know whether they were going to do it. They were unfamiliar with dashboards, again, because they were not in that group who had to comply with the mandate at the state level. So you can see that this effort on the, from the state to enforce the use of dashboards was very effective. People really complied when they had money on the table. On the other hand, when people didn't have money on the table, they were a little less excited about getting involved. Although larger jurisdictions were kind of thinking about it, this light blue is, we're thinking about doing that maybe. What's interesting is we also asked, how effective do you think this is going to be? And people were not all that excited about how effective they thought dashboards were going to be. So the people in the responses in blue are people who thought that dashboards could be very or somewhat effective for accountability and transparency, for ability to benchmark, for jurisdictions' overall performance. And you can see that among the most people, they either were skeptical, they neither thought these dashboards were going to help, or they were outright just pessimistic as to whether it would work or not. So even though the vast majority of the jurisdictions who were forced to produce dashboards did it, there weren't large percentages who thought this was actually going to be a good idea. All right, so let's fast forward to 2017. So over the intervening years, performance management has, at the state level, this state level incentive program has fallen by the wayside, and the Snyder administration has gone on to other interesting projects that they think they wanted to incentivize and left dashboards behind, which has resulted in many, many fallow local development dashboards that have not been updated since 2012 or 2013. In fact, the vast majority. Many of them still do because there's actually a little kind of automatic system that helps the larger jurisdictions like Grand Rapids or Detroit do it. But most of those places that were in blue before would now be in those green shades. However, that doesn't mean that performance management isn't happening at the local level in Michigan. It is. And so we decided in 2017 to ask about it and see what local governments were doing. All right, first of all, it made sense to us to kind of ask a basic sorting question. Are you doing performance management? And we actually reached out to Mark Holzer and Andrew Ballard, so I want to shout out and thank them for their guidance on this. We had asked this question before, actually, some questions on performance management. And we had kind of perhaps asked it in the wrong way. I'm not sure. And if we have time in Q&A, I would love to do some methodological talk with you about how to measure performance management, because what we found is, compared to the first time we asked, we got not that many people who said they were doing performance management. Back in 2011, about 68% of local jurisdictions said they were using data. When we asked in 2017, and that's what these data show, we asked, are you collecting data, and then do you use the data you collect? Because we were trying to avoid what we had done in the past, which is merge the concepts of performance measurement and performance management, right? However, what that ended up, and then there were some other methodological issues as well, but what we found is on this particular survey, about 37% of local jurisdictions told us they were both collecting data and then using that data in their decision making. And that there were some pretty significant differences by size. Smaller jurisdictions, those with fewer than 1,500 residents, said very few of them said that they were doing performance, both measurement and management, but that the larger jurisdictions, about 71% who are doing that among places that have more than 30,000 residents. All right, so we can come back to that maybe in Q&A and talk a little bit about this pattern, but once we get into the data of those blue jurisdictions, the places that said, yes, we are doing performance management, we compare those to 2011, they look very much the same. So among people who told us in 2011 and in 2017 that they were doing performance management, many of their responses are very similar. So for example, one of the things we ask is, how do you use that data you collect? Do you use it in a formal program with a large number of your different operations? Do you use it as a formal program in small operations? Or do you really just use it on an ad hoc basis and kind of not systematically? And that's actually how we phrased it on the questionnaire. And you can see that about a third of jurisdictions are just saying, yes, we have a formal program for some or all of our operations, but the majority of jurisdictions are saying, no, we just use data in an ad hoc way, depending on what the topic or service or operation that we're looking at is. Interestingly enough, that same pattern that we see about in jurisdiction size of differences of who uses data at all doesn't really reflect when you look at ad hoc versus formal programs. In Michigan, you can be a small place or you can be a large place. You're likely to be doing ad hoc data, but there are still some people who are doing formal data, and there's not as much a distinction. It's not like all the large places are doing formal and all the small places are doing ad hoc, which was a little bit surprising to us. And then we also asked a variety of other questions. You know what? I'm going to just speed through the rest of my findings, and we can talk about them later. But I want to show you, I'm going to do a really fast forwarding kind of thing. I'm going to just explain to you some of the, I'm not going to tell you what we found, but I'm going to talk about some of the topics we asked about on the survey. So for example, we asked about the scope of their performance management use. We asked about, and then whether they thought it was too large or too small or just right. We asked about whether they were going to cut back or expand on their use within the next 12 months. And we'd asked that in 2011 as well, so we could do some very interesting comparisons from wave to wave. We asked whether there are different groups within the jurisdiction who supported or opposed the use of performance management. And we asked about their board and council, their managers, their non-managerial employees, and their citizens as well. And interestingly, lots of people had thoughts about whether their citizens thought performance management was a good idea. There's fewer than 1 in 5 who said, well, I don't know what my citizens think about that. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well. We asked them to rate the overall effectiveness of their performance management on different uses of this data. So for example, guiding budgeting decisions was the most effective, the thing they thought it was most effective for. But it was also widely effective for this entire battery of questions we asked about. And those little slivers of red are the jurisdictions who says, yeah, that's really actually not very effective for our jurisdiction for these things. We also asked about problems that they saw with the use of performance data. And so the most striking one being that they really found it difficult to dedicate the necessary personnel to the performance management system. And whereas really for most of the others, fewer than a third thought that getting external data for benchmarking from other jurisdictions or access to technology or some of these other barriers that you might think, particularly you notice that costs is way down this list as a barrier to, or a problem that they've seen with performance management. So which is really interesting. So with my last couple minutes, I want to bring back those people who told us at the very beginning of this battery of questions we asked that they said they weren't using or collecting performance management data, and compare it to some of these problems that the people who are using data told us about. So for example, in a lot of performance management literature, you see that human capacity, right? So do we have enough people to dedicate? And that was one of the problems we saw that people noted on the survey, that dedicating necessary personnel was one of their bigger problems. But you can see that the people on the top bar, those are the people who told us they aren't doing performance management. We asked them, what if you were doing performance? Do you think this would be a problem? And their perception of it is that it would be way more of a problem for them than it actually is for the people who are doing ad hoc or formal program performance management. Similarly, financial capacity, are costs a problem for people? The top bar are the people who told us they don't use data or collect it, and in fact, they perceive costs as a much more significant problem for their jurisdictions than the places that are actually doing performance management, or having programs of their own. And then finally, the idea that can you actually implement these changes in accordance to what the data are telling you? And again, that does not appear, most people say that this is either not a problem at all or just not much of a problem when they're having performance management, whereas the top bar of people who say they don't use data perceive it, again, as a very large problem. We asked a whole range of other questions as well, what types of activities they measure, who is responsible within the jurisdiction for performance management, whether it's employees themselves, or they have primarily dedicated employees that just do performance management, things like that. So there's a lot of other kind of descriptive data about what local governments are doing in this data set as well. And so my final kind of statistical slide is to give you a sense of, within Michigan, whether people think at the local level that this kind of performance management is worthwhile. So if you remember my slide about dashboards, there was a lot of skepticism that those dashboards that Governor Snyder was requiring them to do were actually going to be effective in the things that they wanted to do. But you can see with kind of this general assessment of performance management itself that the people who are doing it really do believe that it's a worthwhile activity for their local jurisdictions. Both the people who are doing formal and the people who are just doing ad hoc. And even among the people who aren't using data, currently there's almost a third of them who said, well, that actually would be really worthwhile for our jurisdiction. So there's even an appetite among those jurisdictions to do it. And there's my little kind of summary slide, and this is my contact information. So if you want to actually find out what I was going to say on the rest of those slides, we can talk about it. And then also, if you're interested in talking about survey methodology and how to ask about performance management on survey, we've now done 2 waves of it, and we've gotten back some different data. And so it's really interesting to think about the way you ask people about what they're doing in a closed-end type of question on a survey can really influence how they answer and what you can find out about them. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deborah. As I sit there and think and hear you talk about what managers and leaders think about performance management, I think, okay, what are the kinds of things we could be doing with folks in our classes who are those individuals? So thank you very much. Looking forward to conversation. So Rebecca is here, and she's going to tell us a little bit about the work she's doing in Fayetteville. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Does this clicker work? Very small.
It should. I don't know where it is, so I don't know where you're.
More straightforward.
Oh, thanks. I was going to start messing around, but I didn't want to.
Right, they are earnest. They want to sit at their residence, and they're not all professionalized. So
I can.
Working yet? There we go. Okay, great. Hate standing behind a podium. Okay, hello. Rebecca Jackson. I'm with the City of Fayetteville. I'm the Strategy and Performance Analytics Director. And I'm going to talk with you, and I really thank the Institute for allowing me to come and chat with you a little bit about what the City of Fayetteville has created in terms of their strategy and performance framework. And we started down this path because we believe that better policy means a brighter future for our residents. And I'm going to chat with you a little bit. We're going to take a focus on what it looks like in terms of internal and external communication for our forum here today. So a little bit about the Strategy and Performance Analytics Office. It was created about 4 years ago. And when they created that department, they informed me that my title was going to be, you are now the Strategy and Performance Analytics Director. And so I thought, okay, so we call it the SPA. I like it because it makes me feel a little bit better about going into the office every day. I've been at the City of Fayetteville for about 14 years, came to the city via a regional accounting firm, came to work with their finance department, and then over to the city manager's office, where I work with the city manager's office and the city council. So what we do primarily, it's me and one other fellow. His name is Chris McMillan, who has been coming to this organization's event every year. And he said, you have to go. So he stayed home at the SPA, and I came to be with you fine people today and tomorrow. But we focus on strategy, helping the city council develop their strategy. We oversee that process, and we work with the city manager's office, with our directors and our departments, and implementing that strategy. We're going to take a look a little bit today about what that looks like. We oversee our performance management framework for operations at the City of Fayetteville. We work with a consultant, an outside consultant. I think that Kansas City uses ETC. That's funny because we did too. And they run our citizen survey. We actually also do a lot of citizen engagement pieces around strategy and performance. We call them cafe conversations. We work with our employees. We do the employee survey. We also do employee engagement, and I hope I get to talk about that today too. And we run what we call Quest programs, which is quality, engagement, sustainability, and training. That's right. We run that program for our city departments, and that's where we're looking at improving in the areas that we see performance gaps. And yes, we do use the word performance gaps. We don't say performance deficits, but we do use the word performance gaps. I found that very interesting conversation. So that's a little bit about the SPA. Also, we were very honored to be named the most innovative city in the country by Governing and Living Cities magazine this year, and their Equipped to Innovate survey. We're also certified by the ICMA in Performance Excellence, and that's me and our Mayor Colvin up there accepting the award. And it's funny because it looks like a T. That's actually a T. Everybody's like, why are you holding a red cross? Why is he holding a red cross? It's not a red cross. It's a T for equipped, Equipped to Innovate. That was Living Cities and Governing magazine in their Equipped to Innovate survey. Actually, when I got the news for that, I was like, what? So I called them up. I was like, so I just got this email, and it says that we might have won the most innovative city in the country. Is that Fayetteville, North Carolina? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, are you sure? Before I send this to my city manager, mayor, can you double check? So anyway, I'm happy to be here to kind of chat with you about some of the elements within our framework that actually helped us get that recognition. So we are City of Fayetteville. Does everybody know where Fort Bragg is, possibly in North Carolina? Anybody heard of Fort Bragg? Hoorah? Yeah? Okay, so Fort Bragg is actually the largest military installation in the world. And it has the highest ranking, let me make sure I get this right, the highest overall ranks within the Army and the military outside of the Pentagon. So some people say we're the little Pentagon, but we're the little Pentagon of the South. If you're from Fort Bragg area, you say, well, we're the center of the universe, because that's what they say. Or here's another one, my personal favorite. Well, when the president dials 911, we pick up the phone at Fort Bragg. So that's where we are. We're the host city to Fort Bragg. They have about 50,000 troops there. We have about 208,000 residents, about 1,600 employees, $236 million in annual budget. I think the general fund budget's about 180 plus or minus. After I left the finance office, it's the greatest thing in the world. I don't have to be exact, because I'm like, 230 million or so. And then our budget office is like, it's 236 million. It's 236 million. That's about 236 million. Okay, so we have a wide range of, here's our city snapshot. We have a wide range of city services, everything from fire, police, everything you would imagine. We have an airport, a transit center, inspections, economic development, all of us that help run the show for the city manager's office. And I want to speed through a couple of these because I really want to go. Okay, so that's me. I'm the buzz, usually at the city. So strategic planning is everywhere at the City of Fayetteville. Some of the things that we're really focused on is developing a good strategic plan and using the plan to align to resources, engaging our citizens, engaging our employees and what their priorities are, using that information to help develop that, implement the plan, and then looking at performance results in the effort. The bottom line is really, you can target, you can look at your performance gaps, you can but to really manage, the whole purpose of that really should be to improve the services that you're providing to the citizens. And for me, I like to see performance management in terms of being a high-performing organization, not just for ourselves, but for the community as well. So those are some of the things that we work toward. That right there, Woody, he's my senior management team. So when I say SMT or senior management team, I mean the rest of the directors, because I'm a director. And they're kind of like that. Most of them are like Woody. And there I am as the buzz. But it's really important to have a champion, right? Because I think what you don't want to do is have one person as the champion. What you want to do is build systems that help everyone be a champion of that. So we're hoping everyone gets to be more like the buzz and less like the Woody around City Fayetteville. Okay, so aligning the organization for success. This is a little bit just what I talked about before. Some of the things that we focus on in terms of systems is developing a solid strategic plan, using the plan to help set your priorities and allocate your resources, then really coming up with those milestones to implement the plan. And that's not good enough. You need to measure your results. You need to communicate with your employees. You need to communicate with citizens. And then you need to have that information sort of drive up into that strategic plan. We do that every year. We have all the strategic planning elements you think you should have. And again, one thing that we really want to talk about at the City of Fayetteville, I know, at Vision, Mission, Core Values, everybody has that, right? Yeah. So what we really want to focus, though, is on how do you take the plan, the strategic plan and the performance plan, and really translate that into action, some definable, measurable activities, and then looking at outcomes as well. I like to think about it like this. It's like throwing a rock off onto the lake. So you get that initial oomph, right? So you're looking out, you're able to see that perspective, that high visioning perspective. But then it's important that you hit the water, right? And you create that ripple effect. So you're really diving down into the detail. But you don't want it to end there. It's got to come back up again so you can really take a look at your trajectory and change and shift. So that's where we look at agile business practices, and we kind of focus on that at the city. Another way to look at that is the overall strategic plan and our performance framework. That's the big umbrella. And that helps us define our program and performance-based budgeting. It helps define for departments. We have about 70 programs. And those individual programs have objectives and performance measures that they define. and that those performance measures actually, the results of those help. That goes both ways, right? So you can't just define what that is and don't adjust what you're doing up at the strategic level. So data is in and of itself meaningless, right? Everybody has a whole bunch of data. But it's only when you take that data and you create information with it, you put it into context, you trend it, you look at the benchmarks, that you create information that helps you drive policy. And that's where our office really tries to stay into that lane of looking at holistically across every department, what vital pieces of data do we need? And then how do we take that data, create information so that it helps us gain knowledge at the policy level in order to make those good policy decisions. So about 4 years ago now, I said we were created the SPA. And that's about what it looked like. So this is Change Management 101. And it kind of felt like dental surgery without Novocaine. At least for me it did. But here's the rest of the senior management team. Some of them, all right, so this is a little therapeutic. Some of them cried like babies, all right, about it. They were really upset, whined a whole lot. Others hid, like they wouldn't even make eye contact with me. They're like, I don't know how many inspections I did today. You know, they wouldn't make eye contact with me. And yet still others, this was my personal favorite, would just forget that we even discussed it. Right? They're like, I don't know what she's talking about. It's been like, this is like the 4th year. What do you mean you don't know what we're talking about? This is the 4th year, you've been here every year. All right. This is a typical reaction to change though, when you're not accustomed to communicating your results to people or even articulating what that is, what they are. I mean, I'll just be honest, there are some folks that just can't do that very well. All right, I got 5 minutes, so I'm going to speed ahead. One thing that was helpful was the data analytic team, and we actually created T-shirts and said, "What's dat?" on them, but they helped us. They loved them. They didn't wear them, but they didn't. I thought it was great. It had like numbers on them. I swear to God, I really did that. But it was institutional and critical when we first came out with our performance program because they helped us come up with standards. They helped us develop our data analytics, our data governance policy. So that was really important. They also helped draft, I have to say this, a resolution that we had our council adopt recently, which was the commitment to high performing and transparency and accountability and I think open government resolution. And I kind of slid it in there on the night that we went with the strategic plan and the budget. And I think they were like, okay, that's just another one of Rebecca's things and moved on and they adopted it, but it was like a mic drop moment because it was like, yeah. So they're really, I know that they're committed to it, but now we really got to get behind it and be committed. So one of the things that helped us with our data analytics program and our performance program is utilizing internal audit. When we first came out, 54%, what I did was I used that data analytics team and we went cross-functionally between departments and we looked at each other's performance metrics, okay? And we said, ooh, do you have support for it? Is it calculated correctly? 54% was what came out as, that was credible. Now it's better than that. It's like in the 80s. But we transferred that over to the internal audit. And the reason this is so important is because internal audit has a couple of council members on their audit committee. And so it increases the visibility and it increases that whole, I don't know, carrot. Again, we're focused on better storytelling. One of the things that we like to do is use our TrackStat system, which I don't think I'm going to show you, but maybe during a break or something can come out. I can show you what it is. But we use the TrackStat system in making sure that we have historical record of our data. We also use operational dashboards to make sure we tell our story. This is an example of one we used in Esri. So we pull everybody's data out of their individual systems. I have access to that. And then we can throw it in Esri and use some web applications and create dashboards. So they can't tell me they don't know because I know because I can see it. So when I hear, well, we don't know how many inspections we did, or we don't know how many of this we are doing, or that kind of thing, I actually pull it from their system and we're able to help them create some operational dashboards. Another thing, when you're talking about creating the culture of performance, one really important thing you need to think about is how to engage your employees and including the sustainability of your performance programs, we created an E3 Summit, and it stands for Employee Engagement and Performance. Employee Engagement and Empowerment, E3. And we ran that this summer, and that really kind of gave it an opportunity and a space for mid-management down to employees, down to the line employees, to really talk about performance, talk about engagement, and really connect people to purpose. And that was very powerful, and we got a lot of really great feedback from that. We also talk to our citizens. I won't spend time here, but we run cafe conversations. It's like a cafe. We give them a free mug, but we ask them how we're doing and what their priorities are. I create a video, and I show it to City Council. I also give them a hard copy report, but the video is very effective because they listen to citizens. That's some trending. We do a citizen survey. We do a social capital survey. So if anybody here, and I know we spent a lot of time talking about social capital, well, we may not have called it social capital, but we're talking about systemic issues in the community and looking at strategic data and collaborative initiatives in and among different governments. I dabble in that. I'm actually a board member of Greater Fayetteville United, and I worked with them to conduct a social capital survey for the Greater Cumberland community, and it's really interesting data. And so we use all of that data, we put it in TrackStat, including our performance data that we have departments monitor. And the one thing I will say about TrackStat, you can get to this online, it's TrackStat. So Fayetteville, if you Google Fayetteville and Fayetteville TrackStat, you'll come up with this application. It's based on it's board technology, that's the software. We had this written for us. We worked with an integrator who wrote the program. And what it does is it takes everybody's department measures and we choose key performance indicators in a variety of ways. And then it essentially creates a composite index for the City Council's 6 goal areas. And when you click on them, you can look at the trending and performance levels as compared to the targets. You can see, and you can look at this information by year, you can look at it by departments, by program, by city goal areas. You can look at the budget versus performance. So if the budget goes up, did the performance improve? We also have cross-functional departmental project reporting in this application. So we use it kind of like a little project management, but we're able to give not just our performance, but what we're doing about it. So these are projects, we call them targets for action, but they're city council projects that were adopted, and we have an opportunity to put what the project is, the status update, and we're able to report on that. This is what users see, so I really love it because there's no more of this nonsense with Excel, so I can go in here and actually see you see those little green triangles, they're green triangles here on the right. I can see who entered the data when and who approved it. So I'm not up in front of council telling them one thing and somebody saying, no, that's not true, I didn't tell her that. It's like, well, yeah, you did, because it's right there. So that's very helpful. If you have a performance management program and you're a practitioner, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. And all of this is an effort really for us is to seek quality, right? We're not doing it just for our own sake. We're doing it to improve projects. And again, we talked a little bit about this. That's a Quest project. And I think that's all I have to offer. That was a speed round. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I know that was fast.
Can you talk as fast as Rebecca and me?
That's gonna be the challenge.
Thank you very much. My sense is from all of our conversations so far and what's to come, there will be a lot of questions and perhaps some conversations after. Just a quick commercial advertisement. One is we do have a little bit of extra time after this, and so my sense is we want to make sure we give everybody enough time. We've got time before our next session, so don't panic if we start to get close to the time of our session. We still have a lot of questions to get to. Also, a reminder about what you're going to commit to. There's a lot that I'm writing down myself, and also some things about tweeting, so don't lose any kind of things that you have. We want to know about them, so make sure you write those down. Our last presenters are Jay and Brian, who are going to be talking about leadership, which I'm excited about because also I've been hearing some things in other presentations about this. So looking forward to your discussion. Thank you.
But everybody had to
Good afternoon. Brian and I are going to talk to you about our experience in trying to set up a STAT program at the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission. This is it's a public organization. It's not a private utility. It thinks, it acts exactly like any other government bureaucracy. It's a kind of a quasi-state agency that's under local control. I think a year ago, I would have thought that this was going to be a great story to tell. It's still a great story to tell, but this is more of a lessons learned kind of a spiel. It's a little unwieldy. We're going to try to tag team this. I'm the outside consultant that helped Brian set up this program. Brian's going to tell you the inside story. We thought it might be interesting to hear the different perspectives. Just by way of background, I'm a relatively new consultant. I spent all my career, all 30+ years of it in city and state government. So I really think of myself as really a public sector guy. And all of my experience is really coming from that end of it. I was with Martin O'Malley back in the heady days of CityStat at the very beginning. And much of the way I think about the world and how stat should be done comes from that experience. And what we're going to talk about is why a lot of that was wrong. So hopefully this will be insightful. So we started WSSC Stat mid-early 2016. Now, I will tell you that since those early days of Baltimore City Stat, I've been in this game a long time, and this was really the dream assignment. This is an opportunity to try to duplicate what we did in Baltimore. This organization seemed to be ready for it, and they were, we thought, prepared to do exactly what we told them to do. And this is probably where the wheels fell off the cart a little bit. Brian was the first stat director. He hired me just to help him get this kind of on its feet. We went at this, with gangbusters. It was really an interesting time at the very beginning, and we thought we had all of the elements that you needed to set up a stat program. And by the way, we followed the playbook that we used in Baltimore exactly. And that's probably where we went wrong. What worked in Baltimore doesn't work everywhere else, as many of you already know. We tried to do it exactly the same way. When we set up the room, podium. We wanted people to be in the hot seat. That's what we used to call it. What we found out was in WSSC's kind of collaborative, team-oriented environment, they didn't like it. First time we had someone come up at our first meeting, 6 people tried to stand at the podium, and it just really wasn't a good fit. We ultimately changed the configuration of the room to be a little more round table, but we really tried to duplicate what Baltimore had from the very beginning. We started with paving. I'll talk a little bit about that, and we expanded to the other operational areas. So someone earlier was talking about potholes and why people like talking about potholes, and I think the response was correct, because it's easy. And we wanted to start with something that was really easy to do. WSSC is a big metropolitan utility, but they dig up the road a lot. So they're getting a lot of complaints about street restoration. We thought this is the perfect issue. Everybody understands it, easy to do. We have tons of data on it. What could be simpler? We needed a kind of an early win to try to get this program going. WSSC had put a lot of investment in analytic technology. They have a business intelligence unit that will create dashboards. We had tons of data. We didn't think that the communication of evidence part of this was really going to be a difficult thing. What we found was when we started throwing some of this information up, the staff would look at us and say, don't you know what that means? We've never seen it before. And we said, well, this is your dashboard. This is what you should be looking at every day. It's why it was designed for you. But we had problems with it. It really wasn't until, and we put all the graphs up, showed the complaints, showed the kind of the lack of responsiveness. What we really had to do, though, is we started driving around and we had to take pictures of bad resurfacing jobs. And that's really where people started to understand, particularly at the leadership level. They understood what this problem kind of looks like. I mean, they could look at the graph and see the backlog and all of that, but until we started throwing pictures up there, we really didn't start getting too much traction. I gave Brian an assessment, because that's kind of what consultants do, of what his program looked like after we've been doing it for a year and a half or so. And it really wasn't a pretty picture. I've known Brian a long time, so I felt like we could really tell him really speak truth to power here. But I pointed out to him, I sat through many, many meetings. I kind of helped him kind of organize meetings. And when it didn't seem to be kind of working and there was a cultural problem, I told him, I said, people were showing up at meetings and they didn't really understand why they were there. We had big problems with accountability. Everybody, when you're in a team-oriented culture, people are reliant on other people doing stuff. It's not just one person that's responsible for it. Really knew that we started having problems when key people stopped coming to the meetings. And if you're running a stat program, that's not a good thing. It means you just don't have the buy-in. A lot of the folks that we put at the table, the senior leadership, they didn't really seem to understand what their role was in the meeting. We knew their role was to ask the questions that we laid out for them and press the agency heads on, when they got a bad response, press them a little more. Brian inherited some people for his operation, and those people were kind of off doing other things, so he had some resource problems. Follow-up after meetings was pretty poor, and the whole accountability part of it was missing. Now, if some of this sounds familiar, it should, because these are all 7 things that Bob Bain says you're not supposed to do in your stat program. All 7. Oh, and by the way, we had a discussion about whether people on the public side are actually relying on some of the research and teachings that have been going on in this sphere. I could tell you that, maybe Bob would be glad to hear this. Every one of my clients that ask me about stat program, I tell them to read his book. So I'm sure all 5 of them have gone off and bought your book. Don't plan your retirement too early. Brian's going to tell you, we thought about this for a long time. Brian is going to tell you why he thinks this initially didn't work out too well and what he did to change it.
All right, thank you. Jay forgot to tell you, he was my boss in Baltimore, so that's why I was dragged through the program. But when we got to WSSC, we thought we had an idea exactly what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. And WSSC basically explained to us that, yes, we're ready to see great production. The one thing I think we didn't do well, and this is what I want to talk to, was take the management through the 4 cycles of change management, which was just, you're status quo. When we start showing you your data, all of a sudden you start to dip. Your production dips. You're looking at it and you're worried about what you were doing. You thought you were great, and we're basically coming in saying, you're not as great as you thought you were. Once they get to the decision point that, okay, we accept what you're saying, then they start to get into the adoption phase, and they start working at making things better and moving forward up into innovation. In Baltimore was a little simpler because the leadership in Baltimore was driving CityStat. So with that, everyone had to fall in line. It was no doubt about it. If the mayor said do it, you did it. Simple as that. WSSC is not quite that environment. There is a general manager, but then there is deputy general managers, then there are a bunch of group leaders. Group leaders tend to own their own area. And if anything happens, you're dealing with them at that level. And once again, they don't like to be told, I've been doing it this way, this long, wrong. This is what it really looks like. All right. And it was funny because I took a recent class with Franklin Covey, which gave me these 4 zones. And I was sitting in the class and I was like, oh my God, this is us. So, and then it was asked, well, where are we? You can see where the arrow's pointing. We got stuck in the zone of disruption. Basically, as a director, my job then became teaching the leaders how painful this is. What we didn't do, I think I didn't do, well in the beginning was to tell them how, really show them in illustration, really show them what the pain is gonna look like before we walk in that room. Because I knew it, I kept saying it's gonna hurt, but I didn't give it much more description than that. I'm telling you guys it's gonna hurt. It's not gonna be pretty. But once we get you out of this zone of disruption, we'll get you into a zone of adoption. And once we get you into the zone of adoption, we're gonna be fantastic. Well, the problem with the WSSC, once again, is we stayed too long in the zone of disruption because we're trying to convince leaders. What we did find out, once we got out of there in certain categories, like paving, when you get into the zone of adoption, that's when you find out those people in the room that get it. And those people are the ones you want to kind of stick with and cultivate them. And stuck in the past, basically, these are the excuses we all hear all the time. You know, things that were good, you know, they don't understand what we're doing now that was different. So what we decided to do was drop it down to another level. So we, instead of staying at the level of the executives, I took it down another level to say, what I'll do is try to explain it better to the people that actually do the work. What I was trying to get from the executives was the way we did it in Baltimore. Those leaders are supposed to run out and mimic what we do in this room. Well, they weren't doing it. So we came up with STAT 2.0. 2.0 was a version of me driving down to the yards, getting with the group leaders at that level, explaining to them what it is. I think I already knew the answers, but I had to get them to tell me the answers. So all you do is ask the workers, what would you do to get better? They have a ton of reasons. They know why they're stuck the way they are. Then we take the data and we show it to them. And it's their data. And then they start to adopt what's going on. From that data, we let them break stuff. We let them try stuff. We don't penalize them for getting stuff wrong. With that, innovation starts to kick in. And you'll see those stars again. You'll see the people in the room automatically that want to get involved with everything we're doing. This is basically a schematic of how it went. We would basically introduce it to the general manager, make sure the subject matter that we're dealing with is right. We'd have a meeting right under her level, move that down to facilities and staff, make sure we're all in line, have a meeting at that lower level, get them to create an action plan so that when we come back in 2 weeks, they have something to report back on, give them their homework. Once we get all that successful, then we go to the DGM and the higher up and say, look how great a job we did. That way they don't feel embarrassed. It's a different version to the way we did it in Baltimore City. And for our culture in WSSC, this seemed to work a little better.
So just to close this off real quickly, we learned a lot of hard lessons in doing this, and I thought it was going to be easy, and it wasn't so easy. I will say that someone, maybe Troy Schulte, used the word bludgeon. I will tell you that I'm an old school, you need to bludgeon people into submission in the public sector. That's kind of you know, that's an old concept, and the world has evolved a little bit more than this. And what I found, I've been involved in stat programs at a lot of different levels. I was involved in the program at the state. Much different kind of environment, and bludgeoning people doesn't work. It's helpful in some cases. It worked in the city because it's the culture of the city, but when you took it to different places, you needed to use different tools. I think the biggest lesson that we learned here is, at least I learned this, is the program's got to reflect the culture and values of the organization, and we really should have spent more time at the early end trying to figure out how people work, how they think, particularly at the leadership level. If they're not inclined to push real hard, you got to find another way to do this. Sometimes, however, they have to push. I mean, and you have to make sure that you use those times to your advantage. You can't get them. Martin O'Malley was willing to just come in for 2 hours every 2 weeks. We did 6, 7, 8 meetings a week sometimes, and he would just be relentless in how hard he pushed. Now, that works okay. You can get you from point A to point B pretty quickly, but what I'm finding is a lot of the leadership today's organizations aren't like that. You know, they want a kind of a more collaborative, gentler approach. So I think this is a good example. I don't think the book's been written on WSSC Stat fully. You know, this is going to be Brian's story to tell later on, but I'm hopeful that they are on a path to success, and I think hopefully in a year from now they'll have a better story to tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much. So I know that we are up against the clock, but let's spend a little bit of time, because as I mentioned, we do have some time to, for some questions and things. Just a couple things. I guess one of the, I sort of was just thinking now how very different but very interesting and thoughtful these presentations were, and it made me think about things sort of philosophically, and think about things from the perspectives of local managers and local leaders. And then the Fayetteville example, to me, you know, sort of in some ways reflects what I would say is an ideal, a model, or best practice, and then sort of the challenges of really sort of doing this kind of work. And so I thought this was a really, really rich set of presentations, so thank you all very, very much. Before I offer up some of my canned questions, let's open it up, because I want to make sure that we have enough time for you. I think maybe we have about 10 minutes. You know, we've got some flexibility in our schedule, and that will still give folks plenty of time to stretch before our next speaker. But questions, comments, thoughts?
Hi there, Travis Fox. I'm work with the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. I think, and I have a role rather similar to yours, Rebecca. We oversee strategic planning and performance measurement, business process improvement, and capital project controls. What I'm curious about from your perspective, and also at WSSC, like what sort of clear executive support from whether it's mayor, city manager, head of the organization, did you get to get things kicked off and to be ongoing? I mean, in our case, our director is a very strong proponent of all the reporting we do and some of the analysis we do, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of push that has to happen in the course of meetings, whether staff meetings or otherwise, and some difficult discussions with regard to follow-ups and other items. So I'm just kind of curious. Sounds like you recalibrated. I'm curious if that had something to do with what was happening at the top of the organization.
Okay, so thanks. I would say that firstly, I think part of our success so far has been that it has been linked to the strategic plan, so that there's a link between performance management and strategic planning, that as you define your goals as an organization, that you give some real thought to what your objectives will be, as well as what your resourcing models will look like, given what you're hoping to achieve. So I think that in and of itself links the organization, that performance model, back up to the council in essence. And so what we tried to do is not just get out there and say, okay, departments, what performance measures could we possibly bother you for? And then, okay, council, what performance measures might you want? And that you kind of have to link the two. Now, specifically relating to the city manager, one of the things that I find challenging is that the council members, so we had 10 council, and 6 of them turned over with our mayor. So that's challenging. They only have 2-year terms. So we actually, got out there 4 years ago, implemented this entire process and program, and even now, sometimes fight not to go, 5 steps back, because maybe the outlook or the objective has shifted a little bit, or the tolerance level for looking at red lights and green lights and really talking about performance gaps has changed. One of the helpful things, I think, so number one, you have to have council approval, and council at some level, when you get out there, you have to have their championing that effort. And 2, you have to have city manager championship and executive leadership direction. So as their peer, it's really hard for me to go, and I'm really not even the chief of police peer, right? So I'm not going to go tell the chief that they need, effectively to give me their data and, analyze it in this way and communicate it to the public in this way and to council that way. They're going to want to have control over that. So it has to be done in such a way that allows departments to still maintain some control, but it has to be driven by city manager. So he came out, gave directive. When it first came out, we had lots of memorandums that directed departments to submit information on a quarterly basis or an annual basis, depending. We had a lot of, written standards and those kinds of things that was approved by the city manager and or council that said, yes, we will do this and we are going to devote ourselves to that, so that you're building a foundation for that culture. But then when you have leadership change and move, you have to be prepared to shift.
What I would add to that would be leadership buy-in is extremely important. Before taking the job, I basically explained that to the leadership, that this is going to hurt. And I thought that was a simple statement. I thought, no problem. We brought the people in the room, we conducted our first meeting, and like Jay said, we set it up like city staff from Baltimore, because that's what we know. Found out real quickly during the meeting, I was the only one asking the questions. So the leadership was sitting beside me, which really the briefing was prepared for them to ask the questions. But they didn't have the willingness, I guess, to go there. We had all the data to show where we were, set our benchmark, but they didn't think that was a problem. So I took it upon myself, used the old Baltimore City staff method, get out in the street, take the pictures. The pictures tell 1,000 words. Come back in the room in 2 weeks and say, you think this is okay? Let me show you the picture. And then now management is going, oh my God, that's what's out there? Yes. We picked the 10 jobs, 10 jobs that were recently done, 7 were bad. So 70% of our jobs are horrible right now. And that's why we're in trouble. I will tell you that they didn't like that approach. But it was extremely effective, trust me, extremely. So we had to go to 2.0 version, just because they didn't like the idea that we would come in there and beat up on another professional, even though it was behind closed doors and no one saw it but us.
Alan, did you want to add?
Just a second. This last weekend, my wife and I went to see the Neil Armstrong movie, and there was President Kennedy saying, we go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And I'm a big proponent on building on what's easy. But how do you get to what's hard? Is that all leadership?
You mean the hard work?
No, the hard goals.
Oh, yeah.
Getting to the moon rather than repairing a pothole is very important. Getting to the moon is harder to do. So what's the difference? Leadership?
Anybody
All
want
right,
to take that?
I'm gonna answer this, but I'm gonna tell you what I think, not what he thinks I should say. the problem that I think these performance programs should try to overcome, aside from integrating strategy into direction and policy, is overcoming. I didn't show the last slide because I ran out of time. It basically says the reason why people oppose progress is because they love inertia. And in the public space, there are just lots of very important people at the division manager and even at the departmental level that just don't want to do anything. They just don't. And you need to bring them along, however you bring them along, but, to get to the hard stuff, which, I agree, pothole is for a water supply authority is maybe the least important thing on earth. But if you can't fix a pothole, you're not going to fix, your future water supply deficit because of climate change. It's not going to work. So, you got to take these baby steps just to get some momentum going. But I think the hard stuff takes a lot of pushing, and that can really only come, at least in the places where I work, it comes usually from one person.
So despite my interest in having a long and thoughtful discussion, I can see that our next guest speaker is out in the lobby, and I wanted to give everybody a chance to first say thank you to this great panel and these discussants today. Thank you all very, very much. I know that I'm going to just jump in right here and try to figure out what's going on. I know she's not supposed to start until 3:30, but she's here. She's
3:15.
Let's at 3:15? So how about a 5-minute break, if you don't mind? We'll take a 5-minute break. Massachusetts State Auditor Suzanne Bump is our next speaker, and we would love to give her the time. So we'll reconvene at 3:15. Thank you all very, very much.
So let me introduce myself. I'm Bill O'Neill, and I'm the Dean of the Business School here. And it's my honor to, first of all, have the public administration as part of our program, which is one of our best programs with our best faculty. So it's a pleasure to have them. Also, I happen to be from a political family, so I love having this group in my organization. It makes it exciting to see what's going on in government. We had, I don't know how many of you were at the last session, not today, when Michael Dukakis came here. It was a wonderful speech, except I've known Michael for years, and when he got up, he thought he'd talk about corruption in Massachusetts in 1970. And I'm sitting there saying, oh my gosh, here we go. This wasn't what he was supposed to talk about. But today, maybe we have a speaker that might want to talk about something along those lines, or monitoring what's happening in our government. I happen to have been in industry for 35 years in a global company, and I was the last 10 years the CFO of the company, so auditing came under my function. And auditing around the world in places like China and Russia were very entertaining. And we would always find things, and we'd sit at a table and look at ourselves and say, did they really do that? Is that what they did? Anyhow, today we have the state auditor. She's the 25th auditor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, first woman auditor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She was a rep for 8 years, and then she became Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development, a major job under the prior governor, Patrick DeVille. And of course, she works from government, making it more efficient, effective, accountable, and most importantly, transparent. We have two things in common. One is not our age, by the way. She's significantly younger than me. But we both went to a place called Boston College, and then we both came to Suffolk to law school. So that's our common bond. I hope I don't have any more common bonds with the auditor, because that's not something you want to have. So Suzanne Bump, would you please come up and speak to the people?
Thank you, Dean O'Neill. I am glad to be here with all of you to share a few thoughts and maybe a couple of war stories from the Office of the State Auditor. Before I begin, though, I want to acknowledge the presence of a few members of my expanding audit planning division. Billy Keefe, who runs the show, is here. Catherine Binkowski, Will Wynn, and Carrie Ann Handley. Do you want to just raise your hands there? Thank you for being here. They are they're great folks who share my passion for innovation. Well, and if they don't share it, they at least put up with it. But because they know that it's in pursuit of making government work better. So as the Dean told you, I have been in and around government for most of my professional life. In fact, when I wasn't in government and I was in the private sector, I was still doing legal work for regulated industries, and I was doing lobbying work as well. And so you know that over all of those years, I have heard lots of opinions, mostly unsolicited and rarely laudatory, about the workings of government at all levels. And if I had $1 for every time someone told me that government should operate more like a business, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you. I would be retired. Can anybody else relate to that? Now, in my early days as a legislator, which was way back in the 1980s, and I know a few of you weren't even born then, I was in the legislature, and I was a liberal legislator at that. And so when I would hear that kind of remark, I would typically counter with a very spirited defense of government based on the essential differences in mission between public and private enterprise, the contrast in the value sets, the distinctions in their respective abilities to absorb risk, and the public dictates of inclusion and in planning, inclusion in planning and in allocating resources. Government, after all, is supposed to represent and serve all, not just its paying customers. That passionate, youthful response was ultimately tempered a little bit by deeper insight, some brought about by academics like Michael Porter. I cite him for historical reference, not because I actually follow everything he says, but just as importantly, my own experience in government and in the world. Experience as a consumer of government services, a payer of taxes, a business advocate, a nonprofit board member, and as a bureaucrat. But even by the end of my legislative term of service, which was the early 90s, the scales were falling from my eyes. In my final term in the legislature, I chaired a legislative committee that brought about wholesale reform of our then dysfunctional workers' compensation system. We removed the incentives to litigate cases. We established performance standards for judges, reduced doctor shopping by establishing objective medical protocols. The process required a lot of really digging down and understanding root causes of what was going wrong, what was creating delays and increasing costs, and then truly revamping the system. And I really loved that opportunity. And so was eager when I had the opportunity to come back into state government as Secretary of Labor with a very operations and outcome focus. But here I am now, older and wiser. Now, as I tell folks to whom I'm describing the work of the State Auditor's Office, really, if the position were to be created today rather than in the mid-19th century, it probably wouldn't be called the Office of the State Auditor. I would be more like the Chief Accountability Officer of the Commonwealth. And I'm in that capacity, I'm a persistent advocate for the proposition that many government practices should, in fact, align much more closely with those of the private sector. And I see this in our work, particularly with regard to safeguarding assets, monitoring operations, and meeting customers' needs, all of which are functions that our office audits. If you're operating without clear goals, if you are losing control over the production process or your inventory, if you're neglecting to train and then properly supervise your workers, if you fail at efficient and effective customer service, you will quickly be out of business. Those are business basics, and they share a common imperative, which is results. Results, not tracking transactions, but setting goals and measuring results. You know, business-wise, it isn't how many views your website gets, it's how much merchandise you can sell online. And government-wise, it isn't how many unemployed people come into your career centers, it's how many of them find jobs as a result of taking the courses there. So it has to be the same bottom line, results, whether it's the public or the private sector. And while government doesn't go out of business, our democracy is weakened, significantly weakened, when disenchanted customers, otherwise known as voters, become democracy's lost participants. I truly believe that that our democracy will not die with a bang, but with a whimper. And so results is an imperative that cannot be further delayed by government. Government agencies need to be guided by more than just their policies. They need to be measured by their results. And to do that, we have to be willing to adopt some of the tools and allow some of the freedom to explore and experiment and sometimes even to fail that's available within entrepreneurial enterprises. And that's how we are approaching our job in the auditor's office. You know, for any of you who are from Massachusetts and are thinking we don't care about compliance, let me disabuse you of that right away. We still do care about the adequacy of your internal controls to mitigate risk, and we want to know if you follow the dictates of your policies designed to do that. You know, they still are the basic questions that we ask in our work. We still seek to root out the unholy trinity of fraud, waste, and abuse. But increasingly, we are focusing our attention, energy, and inquiry on outcomes. We're asking our colleagues in government, are you meeting your mandate? Are you fulfilling your mission? What will help you to do it better? And guess where we're finding the answer? Through data. Data, of course, right? That's obvious. That's obvious. But more often now in our work than had been the case, we are not just looking at the auditee's data. We are combining it with data from sister agencies in government to determine what and how we are going to conduct an audit. At many of our professional conferences, right, we all come to these events, and how many times have you been told to think outside the box in order to really excel at your mission? It's, you know, what thinking outside the box means is different for every organization. For us in the auditor's office, thinking outside the box often means looking outside the silo. The silo. That's because although state agencies may see themselves existing in silos, the data that they each collect has the potential to inform other agencies' performance goals and measures. For my office, the corollary to that is that data collected by other agencies can inform our review of a single auditee. Now, let me move from the abstract to the concrete here and give you an example. A moment ago, I mentioned that I was labor secretary and I made a reference to career centers. You know, that was 10 years ago that I was labor secretary, of labor and workforce development. You're all familiar with the expression that you can't manage what you can't measure. That described the decentralized, diffuse, some would say fragmented workforce Workforce Development System 2AT. The best data that I could access to assess and then reward career center performance was transaction data and regional employment trends. Now, mind you, that the regional career centers and the regional labor markets didn't even overlap. So what this meant was that every career center could tell me how many people they took which courses, but they had no ability to tell me whether that training that they took ever resulted in employment. They couldn't keep that information, and if you think about it, the answer is actually kind of obvious, because what unemployed person that takes a course at the Career Center and then gets a job ever goes back and says, hey, I got a job, and this is where I'm working, and this is what I'm making, and provides them with the data that might be useful for them to assess their own success. But there was an agency that had that data, the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue could tell based on employer filings, who was working at what job, in what location, and in what industry. The career centers couldn't, but DOR could. So when I was labor secretary, I got the ball rolling on that kind of data sharing. It took a number of years before it was actually put into practice, but it now is helping to inform decisions about how to allocate resources across career centers and meet both the needs of employers and unemployed workers. And it was literally that experience, being labor secretary and not being able to get the information that I needed to assess my own agency's performance, that really caused me to think about running for auditor. So now I'm going to share a little bit of information with you about some of the work that we're doing in auditing that sort of reflects this orientation. I give it to the employees of state agencies who are here as kind of fair warning. This is how we're approaching things, and maybe to just help stimulate your own thinking as you are establishing your own performance goals and measures. So a couple of examples of looking outside the silo from recent audits. And also, in case any of you who are here are employees of the agencies that I'm going to mention, I don't mean to be casting any aspersions on you. In our auditing, we find that that a bad result is rarely the fault of a bad employee, but rather of a system that was poorly designed or is being poorly executed. So the first audit is just from about a year ago, and it's actually such an easy and obvious one that I shouldn't be boasting about it, but it does provide a bit of a cautionary tale. The Sex Offender Registry Board, everybody can comprehend, the Sex Offender Registry Board is supposed to, under law, classify persons convicted of sex crimes and then maintain and share with law enforcement and the public a database of information as to the post-release residence and employment of certain categories of sex offenders. In fact, those most likely to reoffend. And under the law, it's incumbent upon the registered sex offender to inform the board when he or she relocates or changes jobs. Well, we conducted this audit and we found, among other things, that the board had lost track of nearly 2,000 registered sex offenders. They had reached out in some cases to state and local law enforcement when they found that they had bad addresses. I've done that twice now. Bad addresses for the registered sex offenders. But in our view, that was an unacceptably passive approach to their legal mandate, and it meant that public safety was being compromised. But that's not the point of the story. The point of the story, the kicker, really, is that their legal mandate, a law that was passed 20 years ago, instructed them to use sister agencies information in order to keep current addresses. They were told, go to the Department of Revenue, go to the Department of Transitional Assistance, talk to the Registry of Motor Vehicles, see if these people have more current information about the whereabouts of the registered sex offenders, and they had never done it. The legislature had the foresight to tell them that these resources were there and were to be accessed to break out of their own law enforcement silo in order to fulfill their mission, and they had failed to do it. And when our auditors matched the list of sex offenders whose whereabouts were not known and compared it with just the list of one agency's participants, they found dozens of registered sex offenders that had been lost track of. So now that as I said, that was an easy and obvious example. Now, I'm going to tell you about another one. There is no audit that my staff and I are more proud of than the audit of the Department of Children and Families that we released about a year ago. The work of the Department of Children and Families is incredibly important, and it is equally difficult. The individuals working for this agency are tasked with helping truly the most vulnerable of our Commonwealth's residents, kids who have been abused or neglected. And the workforce there embraces the task with all due care and diligence, but often without the resources that they actually need to fulfill their mission. A few years ago, some of you who live in Massachusetts, I'm sure, will remember, this was during the Patrick administration, and I see your head shaking there. A spotlight was placed on DCF after several tragic incidents of child deaths. And since that time, more money has been appropriated, more staff have been trained and hired, procedures have been overhauled, and more resources in the form of laptops and other technology has been made available to the social workers. So when it came time for us to audit DCF, we weren't going to cover ground that our own previous audits had looked at, or ground that had been reviewed by outside consultants. We wanted to look at areas that hadn't been subject to attention. And as we were thinking about what the audit objectives for this audit would be, our best out-of-the-box thinker, our best cross-silo data analyst, shared a few insights with our audit planners. He had read the most recent report from the Office of the Child Advocate. And the Office of the Child Advocate sits above not just the Department of Children and Families, but above all of the agencies in state government that have a child-serving mission. And the idea is that the Office of the Child Advocate monitors the activities of these other agencies and then also spots trends that affect the health and welfare of kids in the Commonwealth. And so this member of our staff was thinking, looked at this report, and he was thinking that given the number of, or the size of DCF caseloads, and in fact the number of kids in foster care alone, which I think it's about the same now, but it was 7,500 kids in foster care at the time of this audit. He thought about the numbers of documented serious injuries to kids that were noted in the report. And he thought that the number of serious injuries of they're called so-called critical incidents was low relative to those caseloads of abused kids. He knew that all of the foster children are enrolled in the state's Medicaid program, Mass Health. And so he reviewed the claims data for the kids in foster care who were covered by Mass Health. And what he saw led our auditors to establish their audit scope their objectives, and they found, among other things, that DCF was not sending to DAs for prosecution a number of incidents of abuse that, according to DCF's own criteria, needed to be sent out for review by the DAs. That DCF was not reporting to the Office of the Child Advocate many incidents of sexual assault because DCF lawyers felt that these sexual assaults did not meet the legal definition of a critical incident, even though multiple child health experts with whom we consulted felt that this was a grave mistake of legal interpretation. And most pertinent to the discussion today, DCF case files did not reflect hundreds of serious injuries to kids that were already in state foster care. And they didn't reflect that because DCF was not using and actually didn't even think that it was useful to use the Mass Health database as a resource to monitor the health and the safety of its foster children. Instead, I mean, they weren't indifferent, but they instead relied nearly exclusively on our so-called mandated reporter law. So certain people that come in contact with children, teachers, doctors, social workers, are required by law to report instances of where they think that the caretaker, the guardian of the child, whether it's a parent or a foster child, a foster parent, has abused the child. But the mandated reporter law, if you just listen to what I said, has a lot of gaps. Because there's abuse that happens to children that isn't perpetrated by either the parent or the foster parent. And there's a little guidance, there's a little training for any mandated reporters whatsoever, and sometimes the cases, the information just doesn't get filed with DCF. And these injuries that we saw weren't for skinned knees after a biking mishap, or even broken arms from a kid who jumped off the top of the jungle gym. They were for burns and gunshot wounds and stabbings and sexual assaults and suicide attempts. Initially, DCF was really defensive about its decision not to make use of the Mass Health data. The head of the Social Workers Union, I really hate to call him out, but he really did say this, even said it would take too much time for the social workers to track this information, and then it wouldn't be worth the effort to do so. 6 months later, however, when DCF reported back to us, as we ask all auditees to do when there have been significant findings in an audit, they reported to us that it was addressing all the findings in the audit, including our recommendation that they make use of the data from its sister agency, Mass Health. So medical social workers are now tracking foster children's health care and sharing this information with the caseworkers. And anecdotally, social workers whom I'm just running into in the ordinary course of business and life have told me how glad and grateful they are to have that information, because it helps not only for them to keep track of the children, but also for them to know whether a foster parent is an appropriate guardian for a child, or if there is a child in the foster family who has been inflicting harm to a foster sibling, or whether a residential facility where a lot of these kids is being improperly run. And so while this audit may not have highlighted or found fraud, waste, and abuse, it provides a pretty graphic example of how breaking down silos and data sharing across agencies can bring about better results, and ones that are, in fact, of incalculable human value. So with those two examples from among several audits that we have done where we've done this breaking down of silos, let me just share a few thoughts about our own progress down this path. Because, in fact, it has not been a smooth one, and we haven't yet reached all of our own goals. First of all, it took a good deal of time to create the data analytics tools that we needed to use to accomplish this. And these audits and others that we've done require an ability to take in, clean, understand and analyze large amounts of data from unique data sets that never were meant to talk to one another. It's taken many hours of training for our auditors to understand how to use the tools that we have created. It's required changes in our audit planning process, which now includes at the outset a search for all possible data systems that may hold relevant information. This means that we've had to bring in new data analytics savvy staff to participate in planning audits and then to also do quality assurance checks of data use by our auditors. And actually, I think this is the hardest one. It's presented challenges for managers. Managers who started in their craft back when the most sophisticated tools they had were Excel spreadsheets, and now they find themselves supervising millennials who are much better versed than they are in developing SQL queries and otherwise sifting through all of the vast amounts of data that we now can handle. Another stumbling block has actually been gaining access to the data of other agencies. There are more than 130 different laws that speak to data and data access at the many different agencies and departments across state government. And every agency has its own procedures and security requirements that we have to meet. And on top of that, some agencies simply resist giving us access to the information that we're looking for, even though the law says that we have the legal authority to do so. And actually, most importantly, I talked about the challenge for managers, but I think most importantly, for me, the directional change has made it even more of a challenge to find and attract the staff that we need to do the job, because it requires talents in addition to, and that are different from those typically sought in audit staff. We now need individuals with the background and the curiosity to search the big expanse of state government, to find the small opportunities for individual agency performance enhancement, and then also who are willing to live by the discipline of government auditing. Entrepreneurial spirit does not often coincide with a passion for following the rules. But we persist in this effort because we must. It's essential to me that all of us in government, and especially those of us in government accountability, demonstrate to a very skeptical public that government is capable of self-examination and self-correction. In doing this work, I am ever mindful of something that was said by one of the original Tea Partiers, a Revolutionary era patriot named Thomas Paine. I think he got it right when he said, "A body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody." And our public has been led by their experience as commercial consumers to expect better and faster results now from all service providers, including government. Our public expects to see accountability for screw-ups from both corporate executives and government leaders. Our public wants more inclusion and transparency in governmental decision-making. Our public is restless and agitated and more impatient than ever. So government needs to pick up the pace of the internal change that's necessary in order to make us more effective, more efficient, and more responsive. That's a challenge that we all have to embrace, and I wish you all well as you pursue this work. Thank you. I would have loved to have taken questions. I'm afraid that I have completely run out of time. I do have to be elsewhere, and you never know how long it's going to take on that Southeast Expressway. So I'm very sorry. It's been lovely to be with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to start the next panel in 2 minutes, and we need the people who are on the panel up here, actually. So that's Abigail Beatty, Spencer Brin, Megan Mary Fowler-Finn, and Paula Griswold.
Yes. Is that what you like to be called? Yes, I am. It's my first name.
Oh, I'm
so-
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to move. I thought that was left over from before.
No,
I didn't realize
no.
you were prepping.
I was trying to order.
Well, Mike had told me it's one starting down there.
Gotcha.
So. And that the moderator is, you're sitting down at a table?
Yes, I'm going to
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go like that when it hits 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then if 15 minutes, if you go over 3 or 4 minutes, it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
But it does make the questions at the end quite
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Okay.
So I will just give you that signal. And then when it's 20 minutes, I'll look desperate.
You just stand up and start walking toward us menacingly.
I'll do my best.
I sent you PowerPoint slides, did you? I believe so.
Uh-oh.
Are you reading our? Excuse me.
If not, I can load them right
Doug?
now, 'cause I think
Doug, I think it is.
Doug?
Doug, there's a question from the
Are
panel.
you reading our
Well, it
bios
looks like
that
we
we
do.
sent in?
In your email? I'm
I
sorry.
think so.
Okay.
If not, let me just, I
Great.
got my laptop here and I can just
Great.
pull them off.
I didn't realize it was.
No, that's okay.
No, mine was too long for that, so I'm glad.
Yeah, I figured 15 minutes is not long at all, probably 20 minutes. But that leaves just 10 minutes for questions.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I think they came here to. Let me just.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and go short. So.
Sorry, I swore I sent them, but
Is it on that flash drive?
it will be in just a second. Let me just.
Okay, in that case, I won't do this. I'll try to be fast.
Abigail?
Yeah.
So are you King County's in Maryland or Virginia?
Washington State.
Okay.
Yes,
there are a
Pacific
lot of
Northwest.
King counties.
You know, I've heard that now. There's also one in New York too.
Oh, okay.
Not too bad.
Okay.
Yes, and your district is
District of Columbia.
okay. The district.
Checked. This goes right in there, okay. And then I just, let's see right there.
And yourself?
I'm at the Massachusetts Coalition for the Prevention of Medical Errors. So we're a small,
So do you want me, oh yeah.
not-for-profit
Okay.
working on patient safety.
Do you want me to just open it
Where
and
our
minimize
measures
it?
fail us completely, so that's my focus.
Okay. Thank you, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I guess, I know, I guess there's.
I swore I sent him to her, but maybe not, you know? It's like, I know I sent the bio, but maybe I didn't send the slides, so. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doug Snow. I am the director of the Master of Public Administration program here at Suffolk University. Welcome. I'm glad you're here, and especially thank you for still being here for the last panel. We have four very interesting presentations, all on the topic of turning data into action, a timely topic. We will begin with Abigail Beatty from King County, and we'll just move down the table. Following her, Spencer Bryan of the Naval Postgraduate School. Then Megan Marie Fowler-Finn of the District of Columbia's Department of Transportation. And then Paula Griswold of the Massachusetts Coalition for the Prevention of Medical Errors. And I'm not going to say more. I'll be sitting right here, and we'll want plenty of time for questions at the end. I will wave my arms at 15 minutes. I will stand up looking desperate at 20.
Third panel, you made it. I think it takes a very special group of people to talk about performance management all day long. So let's jump right in. My name is Abby Beatty, and I'm here today to talk about how we approach performance management at King County. I'm going to be talking about a really specific and core process to our performance management system. So we do things, we do strategic planning, we do business planning, we're developing our data analytics and program evaluation, but we have this really core management review session that I want to talk to you about. So just really quickly, a little bit about King County. We're located in the Pacific Northwest, so not to be confused with any Kings County in New York or any other King counties out there. Seattle is the largest city of our 39 cities in King County. So we're a local and a regional government. We have 10 Fortune 500 companies, so think Starbucks, Amazon, Nordstrom's. And our executive priorities: equity and social justice, combating climate change, becoming the best run government, and improving regional mobility. And also, so just an overview of our organization. So we have an $11 billion biennial budget. We have 2 million residents in King County, and we have 14,000 employees in our organization. All right. So today, like I said, I want to talk with you about a really core process in our performance management system. I want to give you an orientation to our approach. I want to talk to you about the key steps in our approach and lessons learned. We had 3 really smart graduate students do a formative program evaluation on our process. You know, I don't have any handouts today, but if you're interested in seeing the source material, you can check out this website. I'm a millennial. I don't mind if you're on your phone looking at this while I speak. So that's why I put it up there. And I know that we're in a session that's talking about tools and practices. So I am going to talk a lot about what we do at King County, but I also really want to underscore how we do it matters. So as an organization, we're building on over 10 years of performance management practices. We've been using lean and visual management principles for over 5 years now. So we have a lot of strong leadership that has made this possible. And this transformation, we're still on the road. Wait till we get to the lessons learned. And I just want to let you know that it didn't happen overnight. All right. So context matters. And I think what's interesting about our system, so we were using a STAT model when we first started in 2006 on this journey. And then in 2010, we had a leadership change, which was a real catalyst for how we approached and designed our performance management system. So and I would say we inverted the STAT model. So you would have department directors and division directors coming to senior leaders to talk about their performance, report out on their outputs and their outcomes. So now, really in 2013 we started doing this, but you have executives going to department directors, going to their offices and quote where the work happens, to learn about their performance, to ask questions, and to remove barriers. So we've really tried to infuse lean management principles into our system. A couple really key principles. So we're trying to embed performance management really deep into our organization and create a culture of continuous improvement. So key principles: problems are treasures. Staff are encouraged and rewarded to bring forward problems. We also have another saying that says, be hard on the process and easy on the people. So just realizing that a lot of our performance problems come from broken systems. Next, learn by doing, fail fast, fail forward. we have Mark Twain here. Continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection. And finally, a key principle is lead with humility. So we want our leaders to go to the work, want them to ask questions, and find out how they can help and remove barriers. Few key terms that you're going to hear me say today. So visual management tools, we call them tier boards at King County. Sometimes people want to cry and spell that a little differently, but TIER. Our management performance review sessions we call roundings, which comes from the medical field when doctors round on patients. Short, focused conversations on what the status is. And then team performance reviews are when team members get together and talk about the status of the work and ask for help. So what goes on a tier board? So we have key operational measures. At King County, we categorize them as people, cost, and service. So people refers to our internal workforce. Cost is how are we doing financially and can we reduce the rate of cost growth. And then service is what we're delivering to the public. And then we're also looking to see projects and outcomes. So here is a conceptual overview of how our system is structured. So we have tiers 5 through 1. 5 being the executive branch or executive office, 4 being departments, 3 division level work plan section. And here's some corresponding work products that go along with each tier. So for example, at the executive level, you would see the county strategic plan in our case. At a department level, you might see a department strategic plan. And then at the division level, you would see a business plan going down to work plans. And the idea being that we use the system to connect the organization. So we want to deploy executive strategy and organizational strategy through the organization. And we also want folks to know how they're aligning up and helping to contribute to move the needle on the strategy. So I want to give you a quick example of how this is applied at King County. And I think that a lot of folks in the room are probably familiar with cascading measurement. The idea being that sometimes measures are a one-to-one and sometimes they're one-to-many. So let's walk through this. So this is our executive, that's Dow Constantine. And actually, let me just step back for a second because I know there's a lot of data folks in the room. So if you're a data person, this actually might hurt you. So this is a conceptual overview. You're not going to be able to see the charts and the graphs and really dig deep into it, okay? So just want to throw that out there, and I apologize in advance. So at the executive level, we're tracking, this is capital improvement project expenditure reporting. So we're tracking our expenditures as a proxy for are we delivering on our capital projects. And then at the executive level, we're tracking that across all departments that have capital projects. Moving along, you might have a department director also tracking capital improvement project expenditures, but they're looking at their division. So for example, if this is a Department of Transportation, you have, at least in King County, we have a water taxi, we have an airport, we have fleet maintenance, and we have bus drivers, and we have roads workers. So if this is Department of Transportation Director, they're looking at all their divisions that have capital projects. And then you have the division level looking across the section. So if this is roads, you might have bridges that are being built. What is the progress on those? Miles of road being paved and road improvement projects. And then at the section level, it starts to get much more pen and paper. So this is the group that's actually doing the project. So you can see the status of the work based on the color of the indicator and the projects. And then moving along, you have the team or individual level. So these are the folks who are doing the day-to-day tasks to make the work happen. So a couple really important observations. Number one, notice how dynamic the reporting becomes. So the reporting on a tier board or a visual management system should be calibrated with the work. So if these folks are doing the work on a daily basis, they're probably checking on it either daily or weekly. maybe daily as a team, weekly as a section, and then they're reporting up to their boss, probably more on a quarterly or monthly basis, and definitely once you get to the department level, probably quarterly. Second observation, a large part of our workforce at King County is not on computers. We have bus drivers, we have jail guards, we have public health nurses, we have food inspectors, and they're not spending time on their computers. They're out there delivering service to the public. And so this is a system that allows folks, whether or not they're on a computer, to participate in, number one, tracking their performance, and number two, knowing that they're making a difference in the organization. If done well, and if we align it well, they should know whether or not they're contributing to our organizational goals. All right, so what does a tier board really look like? So this is a tier board from our Department of Adult and Juvenile Detention. This board sits in the director's office, and sure, you have to go inside the courthouse in a locked office, but nonetheless, once you get there, this is how they're tracking performance. So a couple observations. One, you'll see they're tracking people, their workforce, they're tracking their cost, which overtime and mandatory overtime is a really big deal in our jail staffing. They're tracking their service. This is also employee morale, so people related. So number one, just notice how tactile it is. And this is at the director's level. So they're tracking, in what might look like a very basic way, the progress on the work. They have targets, they have countermeasures, which I'll explain in a minute, really the activities or interventions they're doing to get the work on track. And they're also tracking things on this board that are really politically sensitive. So restricted housing used to be called solitary confinement. That's very politically sensitive for the community, the ACLU, our department leadership, our county leadership. It costs a lot. We're trying to, it impacts people in a really negative way. We're trying to drive that down to zero. And this is an example of how this leadership team is managing that target. Here's another example. So this is one of our department directors talking to our chief performance officer. And he's talking about our people, our internal workforce measures. Again, somewhat politically sensitive. He's talking about employee safety at the top, employee engagement scores, and he's looking at, and as a county, we're also looking at salaries by gender and race and ethnicity to understand the composition of our workforce and problems that we need to solve and gaps we need to close. You'll also notice not all of these things are on track or doing well. So the little check mark usually means performance is on track, but then you go up to, so the top one is employee safety and security. There's like a little sign with an exclamation point. That means help is needed. And so that he's showing, demonstrating that his performance is not perfect, things are off track, and let's talk about it. And actually, so the capital improvement project expenditure example that I use actually came out of a performance management review session with this leadership team. So that is kind of a real-ish example. So that's how leadership conversations, looking at visual management tools, can help elevate problems. All right, so now that I've given you an overview of our system, I'd like to talk a little bit about some key steps. So creating and sustaining a tiered performance management system involves, number one, assessing performance measures, number two, visualizing measurement data, and number three, using the tier board to track performance. So all of these things are really hard to do, and at King County, when we started doing this, we asked people to do all three of these things at once without clear guidance. So you might imagine that that was a little bit of a train wreck, but there was a lot of lessons learned and a lot of good stories that came out of that. So also want to highlight, Last year around this time, our guidance had finally stabilized on what should be on a tier board, what do we mean when we say visualize measurement data, and how do we want people to use the board. So we created a tier board and rounding guidebook, source materials here, and I think what might be really interesting for this audience is that our guidebook is based on a maturity model. So what would you need to know basically if you are starting from scratch, and what would you need to know to build a board initially and then to take it to the next level. So our phases are, let's see if I can even remember them, starting out, standardize, stabilize, and optimize. So we're using a maturity model framework for this. So what makes a good tier board measure? So this question was in the ether for a really long time at our organization, and we started to get, again, clear about our guidance. And this is less actually about what makes a good performance measure, but more about what do senior leaders want to see when they go and look at a measure on a board. So number one, we asked people to identify the critical few, 2 to 4 measures per focus area. In our case, people, cost, and service. But what are the critical few operational measures that you need to track on your board? Number two, so each metric should include a target, historical and current actuals. Our targets are less statistically driven, and I mean, in some cases they are, but a lot of times it's more directional. We want people to not get caught up in necessarily feeling constrained by not having the right data, but like, what direction should the data be moving, and how can we track it? How would we know if there was a gap to close? Data should be actionable and time-bound, not annual measures. So we have an employee survey that happens once a year. What we're doing is asking folks to, at minimum on a quarterly basis, let's talk about what are you doing to change your employee survey numbers. So we do employee survey action plans to report on a quarterly basis at our department level. And then for measures that are not meeting the target, we ask that people show an action or a countermeasure. Countermeasures are a little bit of a term of art, and if you're familiar with Lean, this may resonate with you, but it's basically what activity or intervention are you doing to get the measure on track? And can you show us your plan for doing that and track that? So really quickly, this is visualizing measurement data. Essentially, this graph applies that criteria to it. This is from our information technology group. One of their goals is to get folks from desktop computers to laptops because it saves money, reduces energy consumption. So you'll notice just a few things. They have a target. They have their historical actuals. I don't know if they're current here. They have their SMART goal. They have their countermeasures if things aren't going to date. And then you'll also notice at the top corner, the green status means that it's on track, and then the text that's probably not as visible is when was this last updated with the data and when they plan to update it again. They also have contact information of who the owner is for this measure. And then finally, and this might be one of the hardest things to do, is actually using the board. So by the time a measure is identified and gets on a board, I think what's significant is it's went through an entire group process to be identified. So folks are paying attention to it, they're trying to understand if they have the data for it, and they're really paying close attention. So we ask folks to use the board. Huddles, our team performance review sessions, short focused conversations, like 15, 30 minutes. Let's talk about what work is off track and what help is needed. And then our roundings, our management performance review sessions are 60 minutes, but the idea is similar, and so departments are reporting on what data are off track, what help is needed, what barriers are there. And I think this quote sums up nicely the use of those, and this is from our program participant. All right. So really quickly, lessons learned. Is anyone better off? Well, that's always an interesting question to ask. So we had 3 really smart students from the University of Washington come and do a formative program evaluation on our tier boards, huddles, and rounding system. So here are some observations. And I think this is kind of interesting. So staff, they interviewed about 30 staff that work at the executive level, so tier 5, and department level, tier 4. And these are folks that are knee-deep in the work. And what was interesting is that they saw components of the system that were really valuable, but they didn't connect it to the broader system. And that could, I mean, that could be two things, in my opinion. Like, one, 8th floor executive office bias. Like, maybe they just want to reject the idea that some level of executive direction could actually help them improve their work. There's that. And then also, we need to do a better job at communicating the connectivity of the system. And then, again, if you staff that use the system and stick with it, find value in it. So just thinking about from a program implementation side, changing what you're doing too quickly can cause people to be discouraged and not use it. So it's important to be consistent because there is just a period of adoption that goes along with that. Anecdotally, we have successes with problems being raised and solved faster. But I think, is anyone better off, is still, it's almost too soon to tell, so we'll have to come back and do an evaluation. What we're focusing on now is, based on that evaluation, leadership buy-in, so having leaders participate in huddles and having them round at different levels, so check on the work. Strategic alignment, we're refining our executive level strategies for people, cost, and service, and then we'll deploy those. And then data accessibility, so we've put a lot of energy into behaviors, and so now we're introducing electronic dashboards and trying to see if we can keep consistent with those behaviors. And I'd like to close with this quote on the importance of leadership. Thank you.
Okay, well, I am thrilled to be here today and to present this paper. This paper, I like to think of it as the paper that's most likely to get me hate mail, and it's also the study most likely to get me disinvited to my mother-in-law's house for family dinner. I had to use the microphone, and so, is this on? Is working, okay. So, and the reason why is because the topic of this paper is developing a strategy or a better menu of options for governments facing budgetary cutbacks. And it started out as this cutback budgeting paper and then kind of backed into performance measurement or mission measurement. And I'd like to also credit my co-authors, a couple accountants that for me as a public policy person has been really novel to work with. And then another great co-author, Phil Kendriva, is a budget person. So the key question of this paper is, how can public agencies reduce the impact of budgetary cuts on organizational goals? There's been some recent research that really harkens back to some of the questions that Bob Ben and Charles Levine really started in the 80s and really started the cutback budgeting literature. And then coming back to it more recently, there's been this call for strategies for organizations to be able to become more resilient to budgetary cutbacks. And especially, one of the core features of public organizations is that they're subject to political control. And then periodically, especially during recessions, we see these mandated budget cuts. And so there's this tension in the literature about, okay, when we have this mandate coming down, do we slice it across the board, or are we able to do more targeted cuts? And the problem with targeted cuts is often there aren't great options, or they're less politically palatable. There's ethical questions of who are we going to hurt, and if we're just all sharing the pain, that can be politically easier, but also can, there's efficiency problems about if we just give everybody a haircut. So this is a picture of sequestration, which is kind of one of the more recent impacts on the federal government of these large across the board cuts, where this initial line over here was the initial 2011 pre-sequestration projected budget for defense spending. Then we got down here once the sequestration and the Budget Control Act kicked in. These are the caps. Those caps were then subsequently amended. And following the FY 2018 deal, we're back on this initial trajectory. But this red area is, maintenance that was deferred, or training that didn't happen, or services that weren't delivered because of this across-the-board cut. What the goal of this study is, can we develop strategies, answer this call of develop better tools for identifying a better menu of how to do targeted cuts in the event that we have to. So our proposal in this paper is, can we use agency data to do simulations for how could we allocate these cuts in different ways across an organization using different organizational goals to allocate the cuts. And then use these simulations to see, okay, who would be affected? Which parts of our served populations would be affected if we, say, ran this organization like a business in this kind of new public management sense, or if we, instead focused on protecting different sets of our served populations, and how would those different routes to meeting the same budgetary cutback target affect our organization? So we look at this on a specific type of public agency. We call this a distributed public facility, where this is a network of services delivered directly to the public, but are controlled by a larger central agency. So, for example, the DMV. This is something like a state DMV, but then the services are delivered through local service centers. Or the IRS. I actually used to work for the IRS. And one of the studies I was involved in analyzing was these tax assistance centers that are distributed across the country. And, they provide help on figuring out which form you need, how to fill it out. The IRS budget was getting cut, and we started this study of, all right, well, if we had to trim this network, how could we trim it in a way that minimizes the distance that someone would have to go to get to their next nearest center? And so these types of questions, if we had to trim the network, how would we do so and do the least damage to our served population, is something that many agencies with these types of administration models have to go through. And the other feature of them is many have private sector counterparts, but part of their mission is to target underserved populations. Like, a state health clinic, or that's administered by the county, sure, you could say, well, go to the doctor, but it's because they're targeting low income or vulnerable populations that we're offering these clinics. And so they have this, sure, there's a private sector counterpart, but they're there because inherently they're public and serving this mission. So what we do is we develop various metrics that are designed to represent organizational goals. And we design them explicitly to kind of be various different extremes of how you could possibly target cuts across the organization. We then rank each of the local service centers within these networks based on these various organizational goals. And so we get kind of a list from bottom to top how you fare across each of these goals. And then we would start trimming from the lowest performing up, and each location that you would close, okay, whatever the appropriation is for that location, that's what we would count towards that cutback target that we have to reach. And so we have different ways to get to this cutback requirement. Now in this study, we use the Defense Commissary System as our guinea pig for testing out this method. So the commissary system, if you're not familiar with it, it's a series of grocery stores operated by the Defense Department. Started out actually in 1825 for Army officers. In 1867, it was expanded to all enlisted as well. They sell their products at a cost plus 5% rate, and that's just how they're all operated. So they're all losing money. You know, they don't cover their fixed costs, their rent, their utilities, and their labor. You know, they barely, you know, they're covering essentially the cost of the goods that are on the shelves and a little bit more for some of the processing. But they all require an appropriation from the federal budget. It's their mission and their authorizing legislation is to deliver this benefit of the military pay system. And so they meant to sell groceries to enhance the quality of life of our military families. And, you know, these are families that are moved around, say, even within the country, and they face various, you know, change in of their cost of living. But they also provide this access component of their service. So if you're in Germany or if you're in the Philippines or you're in Guam, you know, you need to be able to you're expected to be able to get access to groceries that you would have in the States. And so, you know, there's both the price differential benefit, but there's also an access component. Maybe you're stationed in some desert Air Force base and you don't have access to a grocery store. You've got maybe a dingy gas station and that's your best grocery option. The commissary provides access to these goods and services. The DoD is considering a variety of options for cutting this federal appropriation to the commissary system, especially during sequestration. This is one of those things that, look, we have to cut. Everybody has to bear its share. And then our question is, how could we target these cuts, do the least damage to the mission of the agency? So we start out, so there are actually 274 locations that the commissary system operates. Now, we don't consider all of these in our cutback scenarios. So first, we exclude some of the sales units, so like warehouses and storage facilities. We drop those out. We also exclude these 70 locations that are in foreign countries because they provide some of that access, a lot more of that access part of the mission, and we don't want to touch that. We exclude a few that had some missing data, and we also exclude a group that is considered remote and isolated even within the continental United States. So these are the ones that are, you know, very far away from other population centers. And so, again, they fit under this access component of the service. And really, we're just looking at the subset, the remaining 133 that, you know, are really just delivering this cost differential service. And so we first exclude it down to this group. Then we come up with 4 different measures, objective functions that we're going to use. So the first kind of is this new public management, profit maximization. If we were running this like Walmart or Safeway, if they were going to trim their network, how would they do it? And that is, you know, looking at the grocery store literature, sales per square foot. So this is their sales per the square footage of the individual store. And that's typically how a grocery store chain assesses its goods. Now, it's interesting also, the commissary system has this formula for how much savings they're delivering per sales. And so they said their customers saved about 30 cents on the dollar. GAO kind of went after them on that and questioned that, and then they've recently revised it down to about 22 cents on the dollar. But you know, they see this kind of linear connection between sales and savings. And so this is what you know, the private sector would really use. Now, within a government cost-benefit analysis view, we do something a little different where it's sales per dollar of appropriation. So this is kind of your bang for your buck. What are you getting for your tax dollars allocated to each location? And then the other 2 really get at how intensively is each location used by its served population. So the first one is based on the statutory or the legal requirements that the authorizing legislation for this agency puts forth, saying it's supposed to pay attention to active duty. Okay, so we look at sales per active duty within 20 miles of each location. We have data on how many active duty are stationed and live within 20 miles of each location. And so we look at that to say, all right, how intensively is each location used by its eligible shoppers, or an active duty group? The last one expands on this and goes beyond just what's legally required to what politically we think would really matter when this decision is made, and that, hey, look, retirees can also shop there, and recently they opened it up to all veterans as well. They vote. And as we know, if in my experience with the IRS, once you start trimming a location, the senator in whose district you're closing down the location, they're not thrilled that you're closing their location. So if you're a manager trying to think, how am I going to meet these cutback requirements, and I have to start closing locations, I may want to be aware of how much political pushback is this particular set of cuts going to create. Now, these are illegible numbers. Reference another component to this. We've also collected some other descriptive data that is really important about the substitutes, the other eligible shopping alternatives that are available at each location. So we went and got this grocery store database to see how many grocery stores are within the nearby area of each commissary location. Because one of the things when we get into intensity of use is, what are your substitutes? If you couldn't shop at the commissary, how far would you have to go to get access to another shopping alternative? We may think if we had to close a store and that may do damage to someone, we may think about, all right, do we feel different if there's a Walmart down the street from that commissary, or if there's nothing, for several miles? Another thing we have is how close are you to the next nearest commissary? Or how close are you to the nearest metropolitan area? So we have some data on that as well, and we use that to compare the different cutback groups that we identify. So here what we have is what we get, who gets targeted under each of those 4 cutback regimes. And some things you'll notice is under the sales per square foot and the sales per appropriation, this column identifies how many stores are cut under each measure. And so you'll notice sales per square foot, the for-profit alternative, this would close 26 locations. Now each of these, we're getting the same amount of savings, same savings from appropriation. So what we're seeing is they're cutting very different stores. These are cutting really some of the smaller stores. Okay, we closed 22 under sales per appropriation. We cut 14 and 16 stores under the usage metrics. Okay, so these are comparatively larger locations that we're closing down here. Additionally, we're affecting very different amounts of people. So this is the amount of people that active duty and then total that would lose their next closest commissary. And so we'd lose about 250,000 people would lose their closest commissary under these top 2 areas. Almost 1 million would lose their nearest commissary under the usage metric. And so what we see is, really kind of our trade-off as a manager is, do we give a paper cut to a whole lot of people, or do we do a more serious harm to a smaller group that may have greater alternatives for shopping? And that's what, when we do this, we start to see is, here's your managerial choices. These relatively small numbers, these get at the differences across these different 4 groups, the sales per square foot, sales appropriation, and active duty. Some of these measures of the alternatives. We see the median distance to the next nearest commissary for the first 2, the more sales per appropriation and square foot, we're looking at 57 and 48 miles, whereas over here the median is 9 miles to the next nearest location under the usage. And so we see some sharp differences in who gets affected and possibly how badly they'd be affected. If we cut based on usage, we'd cut some of these larger locations that are closer to metropolitan areas, that are actually closer to other commissaries and closer to other grocery stores. The other thing that's useful for this that, don't squint at this, and I'm happy to share this paper with you, But what this does is this looks at the 4 groups and identifies each location and how many of these 4 metrics were they targeted under. Remember, we started out with 133 locations that we considered. Out of those 133, about 47 were targeted by at least one of those 4 metrics. So we've already, just doing this, went from 133 that were potentially on the chopping block down to 47. And then on top of that, there's some of these that were targeted by all 4 metrics. And then some were targeted by 3 and some by 4. And you can use this to kind of see, okay, here are 4 extremes of how you could cut. But as a manager, they may want to compromise and mix and not just use one of these pure alternatives. And so that gives more options and a better menu and a better starting position to think about more targeted cuts and give options away from simply the across-the-board action. And one of the reasons why I know my mother-in-law would not be a huge fan of this is Fort Lewis in Tacoma was targeted by 2 of the usage metrics, and it's also one of the biggest, its appropriation is the highest among all of these, of those that are targeted. So I haven't let her see this table yet. But anyway, I think that this strategy can be a useful approach to help think through your options, especially for services and agencies that have this distributed network type of organizational structure. Thank you. You want to do this or do you just...
So what you're looking at here is how a service request moves through our system. So you're looking at how a service request comes into our system from 311, moves through various steps, which I'll show the details later, and then eventually gets closed by, sorry, I'm gonna stop my stopwatch, gets closed by our people. So each yellow dot represents an individual service request. So you can, let's see, so you can see they're packed up in various locations. This helps us find where things are getting stopped, helps us see where things are going in the wrong direction, and also helps us see, who is actually doing their job well, who's doing what they say they're doing, and this is all in a process, in a system called process mining, which I'll explain more thoroughly in a minute. So I am Megan Marie Fowler-Finn. I manage the performance team at the District Department of Transportation. It's an interesting agency. It's both a city and a state. And we oversee all parts of transportation except Metro. So street assets, parking, bike share, traffic lights, special events like inauguration, big bridges, $40 million bridges, all sorts of things. And so what I'm going to explain today is something called process mining, which is a type of data science. And it basically takes the actions that you're doing in whatever systems, takes those actions and turns them into data, so that you can then take that data and turn it into better actions. So this project came about because the director came to me and said, all right, disability residential parking permits are killing me. The mayor is at my back, city council keeps calling me, residents are really unhappy. Disability residential parking permits are tough. People have to fill out paperwork, they have to get some kind of medical stamp, you have to go out and make sure that they don't have any other place that they could park their car other than right in front of their house. And then you actually have to put up a disability residential parking sign, and renew it every single year. So it's a tough process. So we got together a group of parking, signs, communications, and a couple other teams, and the director said, all right, I want an SOP and a business process map. So they give those to me. Lo and behold, the business process map from one team and the SOP from another team do not match. So I automatically know that something's wrong here. Also, anecdotally, I know that what they've given me also does not match what actually happens. As a good performance person, I go out and I sit in the shops of various people, sit in the sign shop, sit in the parking shop, and I know what they've given me is wrong. I'm not saying they don't think that it's right, because I think they do, but they're just doing lots of other stuff all the time that they don't realize is actually diverting from what they're doing. So I have my gut, I have anecdote, I have observations that telling me this is wrong. I want data on how to figure out what process is actually happening. So we have a work order management system. I'll make it bigger so you can see in more detail, but basically a service request comes in, we start the process, fill out some information, pass it to another team, they fill out more information, they might decide to do work, and you continue on until it gets completely processed. So here's just a close-up of a portion of it. I want you to see just how many fields to fill out, how much information there was in the previous slide. So you see this, and this is pretty good data for us to look at, just when you download these pieces of data. However, the parking team is telling me if we look at this box here, submit to, that's when one team submits it to another team. And we know whenever you submit it to another team, you absolve yourself of responsibility and all hell breaks loose. So the parking team is submitting it to the sign team, then the sign team submits it to the parking team, and then sometimes they submit it to the safety team, and then sometimes they submit it to an individual person. So if you're just downloading the data that says submit to X, you're only looking at the most recent submit to. So we wanted more information. Luckily, our system tracks this. So if you can see, we have a few fields here. Date, when every single action is taken. Field, whatever field is getting changed. So that can be anything from canceled, apparently they canceled this and then brought it back, changing the status, assigning a contractor, assigning an address. You have an old value. I wanted to blow it up big enough so you could see this, but there's also the new value, the person who made the change. And this is a lot of great information. Just looking through this, I could ask them questions. Why are you changing the contractor ID so many times? And they're like, oh, because whenever we open this request, it's required that you change the contractor ID. We don't actually use contractors in this process. So I was like, all right, we can unrequire that. Wish I'd known that before. But so we started a conversation with them about what was happening. But still, it wasn't giving us a good enough picture of how our requests were moving through the system. So that's when we came to this. So we're looking at this with them, and so we put all of this data into a system. We use a software called Disco, but there's open source data out there. If you Google process mining, you can read all about it. We put it into a system, and it generates this view for us. And it says, all right, this is actually how your requests are moving through the system. First, the service request gets opened. Then it gets submitted to the parking team. Then it gets dispatched so the parking team can go out in the field and figure out whether we should do a sign or not. We create a work order because we said, yes, we need a sign here. The work order gets completed, and then somebody back in the office checks it and closes the work order. Now you'll notice all of this other stuff over here, which I'll get to later on, because this is the crucial part. So I take this back and said, all right, guys, this is actually what's happening out in the field. A few don't believe me, so we just go through a bunch of them, and they're like, oh, yeah, because of this, we did that because of that, we did that because of that. all right, so your business process map and your SOP are not actually reflecting what's going on. So if we're coming up with the system, let's figure out what we have now and what's ideal and figure out how we can move from actual to ideal. So service requests are a very easy way to think about event log data, which is all the transactional data around you. But there's so many other use cases for this. We do it with contracts. I have a quick example of that in a minute. But you can also do it with IT requests. You could do it with child services. How is a child moving through the foster system? You could do it with employee hiring. You know, how long does it take to get from your vacancy to interviews to hiring? Do you have to interview multiple times, et cetera, et cetera? So here's an example from contracts. So we have a contract tracking system where you have to go in your IT system, you have to say, yes, I approve this contract to go to the next step. And contracts are bare, right? They take forever. So you can just see this has a total of 13 steps. You know, it goes way over here. And you can see who is creating this, who's approving it, and at what time. So from here, we were able to make this process map. Again, the system generates it for you, and so this says this is what's happening. And it starts with the project manager, goes to resource allocation. Sometimes it goes to the chief and the director and the chief financial officer, and then it comes here. And there, I'm not going to tell you who that is, obviously, because everything stops here. Everybody is waiting. So each yellow dot, remember, is an individual contract. And every single dot in this picture is waiting on this group. And that's why it's taking so long. And people knew that. Like they knew that in their head. But this visualization was really powerful for us to say, look, every contract we have out right now is stopped here. All right, so how do we use this to improve performance? First one is discovery. It's, okay, what's actually happening in our system? What is our actual process? Second one is conformance. So we know we have a process. How well are we conforming to that process? The third one is performance. All right, how well is our process performing? So I told you about discovery a little bit. And this is our disability residential parking permits. But I want to get to this part. So this part shouldn't happen, but what we discovered was, for one thing, we had a new staff member come on at one point, and they were starting to generate this. It doesn't matter what this is, because this isn't supposed to happen. And then we also found out this work order submit. See this loop here, where there are lots and lots of yellow dots piled up on each other? It's getting submitted, the same one is getting submitted time and time again. So what's actually happening is that the sign shop submits it to the sign fabricators, who submit it to the sign installers, who submit it to the sign administrators. And so all of these steps take like a lot of days, and so multiply that by about 7, and you're already past your SOP just with this one simple area. So next is conformance. So this is our forestry team. Sorry. And they have contractors go out and do work. So they are assigning work to contractors, and then they're going out and checking it. So you can see they have a pretty strong process going on, going from A to B, to C to D, and then hopefully to close. But it gets a little messy right here. And the forestry manager, you know, we looked at this, he was pretty happy with it, but he runs a tight ship. And he wants to know, all right, where we're not conforming, how can we improve? So it turns out this box right here says status incomplete. That's when his person has gone out to look at the contractor and said, no, they didn't do the work. So we need to send it back to go inspect it again after we've told them. So what you can also do with this program, which I don't have displayed here, is say, all right, show me this for contractor A and show me this for contractor B. And so for contractor B, this loop was coming up over and over again. But for contractor A, they never had that problem. And so it was easy for him to go and say, all right, we need to talk with contractor B about what's going on with their performance. And then again, we have this weird loop. That shouldn't happen, but somebody new just hadn't gotten the right training. It slipped through the cracks. So he's like, all right, when we get new people, we need to make sure that we are training them. Particularly, this is great because it highlights where people can go wrong, where people do go wrong often, so you can train to avoid those mistakes. So finally, performance. So this program also calculates the average days between each of these steps. So if I showed you, the world of possibilities with this program, you just see spaghetti all over the place. So what we like to do is say, all right, show me more commonly what's going on, and then show me the amount of time between each step. So we start with, it gets opened, then it gets submitted to somebody else, and then it gets dispatched to somebody else, right? This is the beginning of the process. Well, on average, we're taking 17 days between open and submit. And between submit and dispatch, we're taking 60 days. And between dispatch and the next thing, we're taking 8 days. So if we want to improve our performance, we go here. We go to what's happening between the submit to and the dispatch to. Another thing we can do is we can look at who's doing the work. So when it gets to the sign shop, and then it goes to the fabrication shop, then it gets assigned to individual people. It's actually not even assigned to individual people. I just know this because those are the people that then touch the request in that audit log next. And then they all go back to sign installation and then field operations crew. Turns out John is doing it in 20 days, Jane in 10 days, and Tanisha in 3 days. So John actually has a much bigger workload. So we got to think about whether we need to redistribute that work. Turns out Tanisha is very good with the app in the field. So she's having to do a lot less administrative work when she comes back. And so then we said, all right, we need to get people up to speed on this app in the field because it's clearly effective. So two final things. Well, I want to skip that one. We're going to go to this one. So now we are bringing this information to people and saying, all right, in total, we have about 150 of these open requests. Where are they now, and when was it last assigned to you? So like those yellow dots, each of these blue dots is a specific service request. And you can see, this middle, this is like 50% of the service requests, and then you can see each single one, right? So this one out here, it's been 90 days since it was dispatched. So why hasn't this one reached the next step yet? And we went through this with the team and looked at all of these outliers individually and said, all right, so we need to prioritize and help you use this so that you're always looking at these last ones, because those are the ones the oldest in your particular shop. And this is really helpful. And actually, when I go back, this is a new thing that popped up because I refreshed the data, and so I have to go back to them and say, all right, you can't complete this without a work order. That's just not how the process works. So let's go back and look at it again. So this is thinking about using our actions to look at data, taking that data to improve actions, but then also keep that feedback loop going and continue to look at the actions and make sure the things that we noticed aren't happening again and continue to improve the process. Thank you. Do you want this?
No, that's okay, thanks. Thank you, Megan Marie. So I'm from the Massachusetts Coalition. Oops. Oh, how do we turn the screen on? Watch that one. Thank you. So I'm from the Massachusetts Coalition for the Prevention of Medical Errors. We're a statewide multi-stakeholder patient safety organization in Massachusetts working to prevent medical errors and improve patient safety. And I'm going to go from some of the operational conversations to more of a conceptual conversation about how do you think about the challenges of measurement and how do you cope when your measures may be failing you. Although first I want to start out, because I'm the last speaker of the last panel, and working in patient safety, we get to show you some funny pictures from safety. So the first one, you don't need to speak German to know, do not swim in this lake. You're going to be chopped up by propellers and paddle boats. This is a man who needs a sign that a polar bear is a huge carnivorous beast. It is not your golden retriever. And then this one I actually use sometimes in teaching people new to patient safety. I don't know if you can read that. The fly and insect killer looks just like the spray canola oil. So this is an accident waiting to happen from a look-alike situation. All right, but so what I want to talk about with patient safety, I'm sure you talk a lot about you can't manage what you can't measure. And the problem that we have in patient safety is we have a lot of failed measures. We have a really challenging time having good measures to track what's going on with patient safety. So I wanted to just have some conversation about how you recognize how some of your measures might limit the effectiveness of your performance management system, and how to never stop thinking so that you don't miss what you really need to learn from your system. So I've got a bunch of examples from safety and healthcare, and then I tried to do a few in municipal government, but I'll apologize in advance for those. You guys have much better experience in that than I. So my first example was the fact that you really need to be careful assuming that the number of incidents reported actually reflects the number of incidents. And this is in the case of, say, hospital safety. There's a required reporting system in Massachusetts that hospitals have to report these 30 specific types of adverse events. So falls in the hospital, pressure ulcers, wrong surgery on the patient, leaving something in the patient during surgery, burns. There's a series of 30 adverse events that need to get reported. But there's a huge caution about assuming that the absolute number of reports is actually reflecting the underlying level of incidence. And I gave you a bunch of data here, but the point I'm making is there were about 1,000 of these incidents reported by acute care hospitals in 2017. In the category of medication errors, there were 52 incidents reported for medication errors. Now, if you look at some of the studies that do chart review or take a different approach to looking at the incidence of errors, it seems likely that there might actually be 5,000 injuries from drugs in hospitals. Now, some of those might be allergic reactions. So some of those, admittedly, that would be an overcount. And then the other thing that I would admit is the definition for reporting the 52 medication errors. Those are errors resulting in serious injury or death. So some of these other drug errors might not be as consequential. But you can see we are orders of magnitude different. And so not surprisingly, you just need to be incredibly cautious if you're relying on a reporting system. And it's not necessarily because people are hiding things. I mean, it's very possible that the patient just took a turn for the worse and none of the staff realized that there was a medication error that caused that. Or the people who were aware that there was a medication error that caused that might have been incredibly busy saving the patient, taking care of other patients, and not reported it centrally to the hospital so the hospital could report it to the state. So just that we need to be very careful as we look at this data, interpreting that the absolute number of events could be very different from the underlying incidents. The other aspect of that same issue is when you compare relative numbers. So the state agency gets these reports from hospitals and might see a hospital that has twice as many errors reported, twice as many severe incidents reported as another hospital. It is very likely that that has to do more with the reporting culture as opposed to the underlying level of incidence in the hospitals. So already we have to be extremely careful how we use these measurements because it's very likely that a high number reflects an organization that has been working on recognizing that every defect is a gem, that it's important to be able to bring it forward and talk about it and learn what was the cause so that you can make a difference. So high numbers are not necessarily a bad thing in looking at relative numbers of reports. I was thinking about it with municipal government, thinking if anybody who's using a 311 or citizen reporting system, you probably have the same issue. You can't assume that the number of calls that you get is reflective of the underlying incidents in that neighborhood. It's probably more reflective of how much people use your reporting system. So the next kind of problem I wanted to point out is that is whether you're the notion of only managing what you can measure. We say you can only manage what you measure. You have to be really careful that in patient safety that we're not assuming that we're only seeing what we can measure. The one that makes me kind of wild is some hospitals have wanted to motivate their staff to reduce all patient harm. So they've taken those 30 incidents and developed a composite all harm measure. Well, and then they look for reducing seeing improved performance on this all harm measure. Well, obviously, there's always the concern that you don't want to just encourage people not to report. But the other thing that's really crucial for us all to think about in patient safety is there are lots of ways that you can harm a patient aside from these 30 specific things that do get reported to the state. There can be diagnosis errors. There can be problems that aren't found until after the patient goes home from the hospital. There are lots of other types of errors. So I among our membership, keep talking about the caution of there's not a problem developing a composite measure, just don't call it all harm, because you may be communicating to your staff that it really is all harm. The other example of that I was thinking about recently was you may have heard Angus Deaton from the Princeton economist who won a Nobel Prize, and he and his wife had raised this issue in 2015, recognizing these deaths of despair, that there is a middle-aged age group among the white population, the 45 to 54-year-old age group, where mortality rates were substantially increasing since 1998, but it hadn't been recognized because the measurement group that was usually tracked was 45 to 64. I mean, there's controversy about this, so take this with a grain of salt, but I just think it's an interesting example and mortality rates were going down in the older half of that age group while they were increasing in the lower half of the age group. So you just obviously want to be really careful that you are not drawing conclusions from your measures without being very thoughtful about what you might be missing and doing the drill down so that you don't recognize that huge story that's behind your aggregate measure. Another one I think we need to be extremely careful about in Massachusetts that actually Suzanne Pump, the state auditor, mentioned as well is if there's something about your measure that has encouraged people to define it defensively. Now, obviously, that's always a concern with having people game the system, but sometimes it's innocently done. In Massachusetts, we ask the hospital, as they're reporting their patient safety measures, to also comment on whether that event was preventable. Well, not only is there a public relations and medical legal incentive to be cautious about saying that the event wasn't preventable, but often people simply do not have the vision yet to see that even though this might not have been preventable with our current processes, with improvements in processes, that might have been a preventable event. It's happened with infections over the past 20 years. It used to be assumed that infections were just a natural complication of surgery. And with a new orientation to thinking about how infections might be preventable, they've been substantially driven down almost to zero in some organizations. So just a real caution about even innocently putting anything into your measure that might cause people to change their orientation of actually being able to see the full scope of the problem. And then my last example was the possibility of missing unintended consequences. There's this valuable notion when you're starting off on an improvement effort to think in advance about your balancing measure. What are the consequences that you wouldn't want to see, and making sure that you have measures so that you track to see if those would happen. In our case, we had a project working with nursing homes where we were trying to help them stop overdiagnosing urinary tract infections. There was just an inclination to, as soon as an older person got confused, the nursing staff would send a urine culture because they think it might be a urinary tract infection. And a lot of older people will automatically show bacteria in their urine. So they automatically would be given antibiotics. First of all, you might then cause the person to develop drug-resistant organisms so they couldn't be cured in the future. You might also miss what their real problem was. So we were trying to reduce the overdiagnosis of urinary tract infections, but obviously we didn't want to stop the staff from correctly recognizing when there was in fact an infection. So one of our balancing measures was to look at transfers to the hospital to see if people had in fact gotten more ill because they had an infection. Well, we wanted, after the project, to keep interviewing and keep an open mind, because we realized there might have been other unintended consequences that we didn't even think of. If families had heard about this project and thought we were jeopardizing their loved ones, they might suddenly be discouraging transfers of their loved one from the hospital to that nursing home. So while the balancing measures are really valuable, we just wanted to keep reminding ourselves to talk to the people at the front line, ask them what they're seeing, see if there's unintended consequences that we had never expected that our performance system was not set up to capture in our measures. Just a reminder to avoid blind spots. Never stop thinking. I was never sure if this was a fair picture or someone had photoshopped this, but I don't know if you can see the lens covers on the binoculars there. But so I thought it was a perfect picture for the notion of make sure to be cautious about blind spots. Have you built a performance management system that's going to cause you to miss some of the consequences that you'd actually like to see? Thanks very much.
Well, thank you all. Those were really interesting and really very different as well. Let's open it up to questions. Yes, sir.
Very quick one for Megan Marie, is that right?
Yes.
Sorry if you actually said this in the presentation. What's the name of that software that you were using for those data visualizations?
Sure. The software is called Disco. Yeah. But there's a lot of different softwares out there, and there's also a free one that's open source. I believe it's called Prompt. But if you, Wikipedia has an easy process mining page that will have all of that on there.
Okay.
This is for Spencer. So in your analysis, do you take into account equity? Because it looks like you're basically looking more at efficiency and effectiveness, right, but not equity.
Sure. Well, that's a good question. So when we look at the usage metrics, in that sense, we try to focus on who's using these stores more intensively. Certainly the first two, the sales per square foot and the sales per appropriation are definitely more efficiency oriented. We don't have data on, for example, one thing we'd like to do is add into this like the relative ranks of the service population around each commissary location, because I'd like to know if, on the one hand, this is a location that's largely serving kind of the enlisted versus the officers. Now, it gets a little complicated because the really low enlisted, they're probably eating at the mess hall. And so they're not shopping as much for groceries, whereas like a junior officer with a young family, they're doing a lot more of their shopping there. We do take into account relative cost of living. So we have a grocery store cost of living index. So someplace like Monterey, where it's really expensive, versus somewhere in Kentucky, where it's relatively lower cost of living. We do make that comparison to try to get some equity measures in there.
This question's for Abigail. As you started the tier boards, have you had to go back and pick new measures at the lower levels, or have you found after a few months, okay, this is a good measure, but it's not really helping the people who are trying to work with it?
Yes. Most definitely. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to do more rapid iteration, and so having teams talk about the measures helps identify a little more quickly whether or not it's actually helpful for them.
Thanks. This is a follow-up for Abby. I'm over here, sorry. With regard to the departmental interaction with the Office of Performance at King County, how is that working for this particular thing you put together? For instance, does the department leadership get to define the measures, or does the Office of Performance come down and sort of, can you just kind of talk a little bit about the interaction, and then who owns that? Is it the Performance Office, or is it the department leadership, and how that works?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we're going for right now is to have departments really own their measurements. And so it is a tiered system. They are connected. So there are certain things at our executive office level that we want deployed and reflected on different department boards. So for example, with our adult and juvenile detention, mandatory overtime is a big driver for our cost with that group. And then with our bus drivers, they both experience that. And so that specific measure is cascaded to those department boards. And so it's sort of a mix. There are certain measures at the executive level that we want to see reflected, but primarily we're really trying to have departments own this work and own their measurement and have our leaders do what they were hired to do and lead.
Mark. Paula, is there a gold standard for the measurement of medical errors across the country? Any state better than the others, or the feds have a system?
Actually, that's one of the reasons that we have felt like patient safety isn't as having the success that it should, improvements in patient safety, because it's true that people really are mostly managing what they can measure, and there are not good measurements. So it's even across the states. We keep comparing notes, and there are just so many ways that patients can be harmed, so many ways that can be missed, and the numbers, frankly, unfortunately, the other issue is the numbers are so high that it's hard to build an effective measurement system. We haven't found one yet.
With the process mining illustrations that you provided, I thought they were great, and it really speaks to making a problem visible in terms of what you showed. And I had wondered, related to the discovery, conformance, performance, is there another level in terms of redesign, whether it's through lean methodology or otherwise?
Yeah, so a couple of us at the table actually were talking about this earlier, that none of these things exist in a vacuum, right? So by looking at this, we kind of have a Six Sigma mindset as well, and this helps us know, like, we don't have to do all of the measurement that Six Sigma requires in terms of what are between the different steps. This kind of gets us halfway through Six Sigma to here's what's actually happening, and here are the bottlenecks. So then, yes, we do redesign with the teams. whether that's through Six Sigma or just simply working through them. And somebody said, they went out into the field and they're asking people out in the field, how would you improve this? We do that too when we talk to people on the ground. But it's a lot easier to have those conversations once you already know what's going on. And then to follow that up as well, like Six Sigma, you can't just stop there. You have to have, all right, we've redesigned, and then there's some period later where you go back and you say, was it actually successful, this redesign? And if it wasn't, let's try something else.
Other questions?
I have a question for Abby. Like, when you're going over your cascading reporting, as you're going down the tiers, there was a point in the tiers where it went from like a electronic dashboard to physical reporting and like tactile project management. I'm wondering, like, at those lower levels, was it just those are the pictures you chose, or do those levels solely use like that physical and tactile reporting? And like the project management, do you solely use visual project management tools, or did you talk about using like Trello or Microsoft Project and stuff like that?
So I would say it's a mix of both. When you do get at the lower tiers, it typically is a Kanban board, which means bulletin board, so people are able to show really practically sort of what they're working on. The reason, I guess, that we're not using Trello boards as regularly, I think some groups are, is because we really want people to see status at a glance. And the idea with lean visual management is we should be able to know at a glance, are we making progress or is there a problem? So I picked probably one of the cleanest examples we have. But I would say it does actually get more tactile at that level. And typically there will be somebody who will enter the data into Excel or whatever, so you can start to see change over time. But it is very tactile.
Question at the back.
Yeah, this is a question I think for any of you, and that's have you seen a change in employee engagement or morale based on showing the data and engaging them in the processes that you have, and have you taken that to the steps of measuring that as well as a sort of corollary process?
With our process, yes, very much so. Employees are engaged because sometimes they didn't even know what they were doing. And so this really showed them, half the time you're actually doing this other thing that you don't know that you're doing. It opened up their eyes to the reality of what was going on. And then also it opened that discussion, like people were saying earlier, for them to give the feedback about, oh, well, the software is designed wrong, so I don't know that I'm not allowed to do that we had never had before.
You want to go?
Sure. So with this project, not yet, though it might be more depressing than, when I worked for the IRS on a previous project, it was all about modeling workforce attrition of the IRS workforce, and really showing that we could use kind of the payroll data system to provide information that could help managers and leadership succession planning and facilities management so that they could figure out how many workstations they needed. A lot of, assessments of, hiring and managing the workforce. Being able to see how, a data tool could be developed and used. I got a lot of engagement with that. I mean, I was responsible for maintaining the model, but also doing a lot of on-site training for how to interpret and use it. And my phone was off the hook some days with just people wanting, to, learn how to access and how to use the tool. So I think that there is a lot of demand for managers throughout, some of these hierarchical organizations for, the information that can help them make better decisions.
I think for us at King County, anecdotally, yes, employees are engaged. If teams are gathering around data and talking about it, that's a very engaging thing. And our formative program evaluation showed that people are engaged and that they don't attribute it to the broader management system. So in our annual employee survey, we ask about different components of this system. So depending on what question we asked, they might attribute it to that, but they might just attribute it to having more team cohesion or stronger leaders. So anecdotally, yes.
And actually, for patient safety, engaging the staff has been the best antidote to the fact that the measures are so challenging. But asking staff to look in their course of their workday and see what are the unreliable processes that they worry could harm a patient, and also to report on their own experience of the safety culture and the improvement culture within their organization has been the best substitute for the fact that the actual measures of outcomes are not reliable, but it's very much motivated the engagement and the improvement, even though we can't tell exactly how much improvement has occurred.
I have a question for Abby and Megan Marie. It may apply more to Abby. But what are you spending on staff, or rather, how many staff are allocated to managing your system centrally?
Well, so there's 7 people on my team. I, the process manager for this system, but one of the things that we've done is we have engaged our performance staff in the departments. And so we're bringing together, so we have 10 departments, we're bringing together folks in the director's office, each one of those that work on this issue. And so we're trying to work together so that we can build this out and extend it in the organization. So quite a few.
Yeah, and at the individual agency level, well, we've been 2 people for a very long time, and now we have 4. So I'm really excited to see what we can do with that. And for me, I think 4, I'll always take more people, but 4 is good for us, for an agency. We can do a lot with that.
Thank you. I see that it is 5:30 after, and there are the makings of a reception at the very back of this room, and we would invite you to hang around and meet at the back and enjoy one another's company and some food and drink.
Very different from the rest of the discussion, but
Make sure we thank this panel, first of all. Before we adjourn officially with day 1, I do want to remind those of you that are interested, our section for public performance and management mid-year meeting is taking place in room 5205, which will be on this side of the building towards the front, if you take the elevator up to floor 5. I love a conference reception, probably more than most people, so this is not going to be a long event. So you're not going to miss the reception if you come upstairs to talk about the section. If you like the group that you see here today, we are currently comprised of 250 practitioners and scholars worldwide that are focused on public performance. So this may give you an opportunity to expand your network and your reach with your interests here. So 5205, probably a 15-minute meeting. We'll come back down, enjoy the reception. Thank you.
No. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Thanks for
In the back.
including us.
Okay. Oh, okay.